Honourable members, the prayer. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our Queen and to her government, to members of the Legislative Assembly and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideas, but laying aside all private interests and prejudice, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors. Introduction of guests. Ministerial statements.
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise this afternoon and speak about the work being done to help keep Albertans safe as we move forward with the relaunch of our economy. These are challenging times, and while the last couple of months have been difficult for many, I want to assure you that we are doing everything we can to keep employees and all Albertans safe as more businesses operate and continue to reopen. I want to acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, the tremendous efforts of employees and job creators during this time who are providing critical services to Albertans. Mr. Speaker, there are approximately 160,000 workplaces in Alberta, many of which continued to operate over the last few months during the first wave of the COVID outbreak. And although not perfect, thanks to the great work of employees and employers, there's been less than 45 outbreaks, the vast majority of which have been contained. So I would like to thank the employees and job creators for being diligent and ensuring health and safety in the workplace. I also want to acknowledge the efforts of Alberta's occupational health and safety officers during this unprecedented time. OH&S officers have gone above and beyond to fulfill their regular duties while also dealing with the unique circumstances brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. And since the public health emergency was declared, my department has fielded over 3,200 calls assisting workers and employers in limiting the spread of COVID-19. And OH&S officers have also conducted more than 2,000 inspections, all with the goal of ensuring proper mitigation is in place to protect Albertans and employees. Occupational health and safety officers conduct inspections of workplaces to determine that the controls are in place to promote the healthy and safe workplace, and they also promote education and awareness of COVID-related hazards and control measures. These include physical distancing, personal protective equipment, and sanitation and cleaning processes. And please note, Mr. Speaker, that OH&S officers work closely with Alberta Health and other agencies in the event of an outbreak to contain it as quickly as possible. And inspectors will continue to visit work sites to ensure the measures that have been put in place continue to be effective. Now, under the OH&S Act, employees and employers have an obligation to work together to ensure the safety of the workplace. This includes identifying risks and putting in place measures to mitigate those risks. In addition, many workplaces have occupational health and safety committees. So as we go through the relaunch, Mr. Speaker, I urge employers, employees, and their representatives to continue to work together to put in place measures to address COVID-19 in the workplace in accordance with the advice from our Chief Medical Officer of Health. To assist, guidelines and resources have been made available through the alberta.ca/bizconnect website, and this includes guidance concerning health and safety of workers, best practices, and specific guidelines for a number of workplaces and industries. Resources are also available, Mr. Speaker, through the Occupational Health and Safety website at alberta.ca/OHS. Now, I understand, Mr. Speaker, that there are some organizations, like the Alberta Federation of Labour, that don't want us to reopen this quickly or even at all. But, Mr. Speaker, how can we listen to what Gil McGowan, president of the NDP-affiliated AFL, says when he calls parents who want to put their kids in charter or faith-based learning environments nut bars? Mr. Speaker, we are focused on reopening safely, and we ask employers and employees to work together to identify the risks, put a plan in place so we continue to move safely through our relaunch. Employers want to reopen, employees want to get back to work, and Albertans want to use these services. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update to the Assembly as we relaunch our economy in a safe and healthy manner. Our focus is the health and safety of Albertans. Thank you.
The Leader of the official opposition has chosen to respond on behalf of the opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by saying, having been elected in March of 2008, it is just in the last 2 days that I have seen this new development of ministers of the Crown getting up and addressing the House with ministerial statements without giving any notice to the official opposition or providing us with a copy in advance of their ministerial statements. So this is a terrible and unfortunate breach of convention that has been in place for as long as I have been in this Assembly, and I'm not entirely sure why it's happening, but I will say that it certainly does not demonstrate good faith. That being said, I will attempt to respond to the ministerial statement that I have just heard, and so I will do so off the top of my head. Let me begin by saying that, like the UCP government, we too want to congratulate Albertans and public service workers for the great work that they have been able to do in terms of keeping each other and people safe by respecting physical distancing rules where they can and taking these issues seriously. So that is a good thing. However, I'd also like to add that earlier, at the very outset of this pandemic, the member for Edmonton Mill Woods rose and asked the minister, who just gave a statement, whether he would consider hiring more health and safety inspectors in order to deal with the extremely elevated levels of procedures and protocols that were going to be needed in every workplace in order to keep people safe. And the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is because what we know is that as much as individuals, when we are at home or in our neighborhood or with our friends or our families or out on the street or wherever, that we will individually make the choice to follow the rules that the Chief Medical Officer of Health puts out there for us, what we also know is that legally the employer controls the work site and the employer controls the workplace. And so individuals cannot make those decisions if the employer insists on maintaining work procedures that prevent them from making safe decisions. How do we know that's true? Well, the unfortunate example that we saw in our meatpacking plants, where we have the unfortunate position of being home to the single biggest workplace COVID-19 outbreak on the continent, where the concerns that were raised by workers were consistently ignored, and it was only about 30 days into it that they were given safety. So this minister needs to do better. This government needs to do better. Going forward, we must keep our workers safe in their workplaces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member statements.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverview has a statement to make.
The first week of June is Seniors Week in Alberta. This special week creates opportunities to celebrate seniors in our communities. However, this year is like no other. COVID-19 has stopped many of the planned events. This week is also an opportunity to focus on seniors and what can be done to improve their lives here in Alberta. Although we have known for some time there have been issues in continuing care, the pandemic has revealed them even more. 76% of the COVID-19 deaths in Alberta have been in continuing care facilities. 109 seniors have died. Each one of these deaths is a tragedy. Family members, friends, and staff all grieve for their loss. We as fellow citizens are troubled and saddened by these preventable deaths. Most disturbing of all is the Premier's cavalier attitude to this tragedy. Last week he said that since Albertans' average life expectancy is 82 years and the COVID-19 average death rate is 83, Alberta is doing well. What is the Premier suggesting here? Are Albertans over 82 expendables? Like many Albertans, I have parents living in a continuing care facility. Mom is 83, Dad is 90. Their lives are precious to me. This UCP government needs to act in accordance with valuing seniors regardless of their age by protecting the sacredness of life, especially during Seniors Week. They need to commit to a public inquiry into continuing care facilities and fully cooperate with the national one. We know that some facilities have been successful in ensuring the health and well-being of their residents, while others have not. We need to fully understand the situation through a public inquiry, so we have a comprehensive understanding of the issues. Mr. Speaker, the governing party of this Assembly may choose to benefit from federal bailouts while ignoring thousands of Albertans, but it is the duty of all members of this Assembly to stand up and demand better for seniors in this province.
The honourable member for Calgary-Glenmore.
Mr. Speaker, freedom is a principle that forms the bedrock of Alberta's identity. It's a principle that continues to guide Albertans every day, and it's what makes our province a safe place for all to live and love freely. June is Pride Month, a time when we honour the courageous LGBTQIA2S+ Albertans and their allies who fought discrimination so that today we can celebrate in a province where all are free to be themselves and love who they choose. The LGBTQIA2S+ community contributes immeasurably to the fabric of our country. Their freedom and right to love is why Canada serves as a beacon of hope to those who suffer and sometimes perish under oppressive regimes. This community makes our province a better place, and our government will always uphold their freedom and dignity. Pride Month is also about teaching understanding and Pride history, and to foster movement forward in equality. Pride Month also asks all to acknowledge how damaging homophobia and transphobia was and still is today. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, Pride Month 2020 will not include the usual celebrations and gatherings. Many Pride events have been postponed or cancelled, but the celebrations will continue on Zoom and other interactive media, keeping people connected safely. We recognize that while Pride Month is a time for Albertans to celebrate the progress of this beautiful community, it is also a time for us to reflect on how we must continue to do more to ensure every Albertan is treated equally. This Pride Month, we ask Albertans to join us in considering how we can build a more inclusive province where everyone is free and safe to be themselves. To our LGBTQIA2S+ community, you are seen, you are heard, you are loved.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Lacombe-Panoka has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the public health advice from Alberta's Chief Medical Officer, we have seen many government services cancelled or postponed in response to COVID-19. Driver training and road tests are among those services. Obtaining a driver's license is essential, especially in rural Alberta. There are no buses. The only LRT is to illegally hop a freight train, and it would take days to walk to town. How are people to get to work, grocery stores, or obtain medical services without a driver's license? Why are examiners not providing tests? Mr. Speaker, I believe this could be done during a global pandemic. This can be done safely. Protocols for road tests could include wearing masks, disinfectant between exams, and anyone with symptoms must wait 14 days. One constituent says, and I quote, "As parents of twin daughters, we want to ensure they are properly instructed and have enrolled them for that reason." And he continues to say, "I have no issues with them being with the instructor as proper precautions take place. The car is sanitized, masks are worn, and so forth." End of quote. There's no longer a compelling reason why instructors and examiners cannot resume this essential service. I trust that our relevant officials will permit driver training and examinations immediately. We have young people and supporters of families who want to get a job or already have a job but cannot get to work because they cannot get a license. And I would like to know, are examiners getting paid while they are not working? We saw the dismantling of the road testing program from the previous government. Now, due to COVID-19, we may see even larger backlog of road tests that need to be completed. If private instructors or government examiners cannot go back to work, constituents ask why. And if necessary, I ask the government to immediately hire others who will so that we can avoid a worse road test disaster than last year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Whitemud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, one of my children returned to childcare for the first time since the pandemic. This was a difficult decision for us. My daughter was deeply missing her social connections, but we weren't planning on sending her back so soon. However, we were told with limited spaces available right now, a spot may not exist when we needed it. Childcare centres are struggling to stay afloat since many of them, unlike this government, don't have a loophole to exploit to access federal supports. Like many parents, we have concerns about our daughter's return to daycare. But, Mr. Speaker, my family has absolute confidence in our child care centre. I speak with them regularly and see the great work they're doing to implement the guidelines properly. My family's experience and that of our child care centre is not unique. Some parents are ready to return their children to child care so they can work or run their business. Some parents with children or family with pre-existing health conditions aren't ready. Some don't have a choice. If they have to work, they need child care. Some parents of children with disabilities can no longer find appropriate care. And many can no longer afford child care because they've lost their jobs or their income. Across the sector, there's not only one story. Some centres were eager and ready to start up right away. Some can't afford to open up with limited capacity. Some may be permanently closed. Some are able to implement the new health and safety regulations, while others find it challenging. Some educators are eager to get back to the work and the kids that they love, while others have their own families and health concerns to worry about. This is a challenging time for childcare. The sector was already reeling from multiple cuts to grants, the abrupt cancellation of accreditation, and a minister so fixated on partisan and ideological hits on the opposition and ELCC centres that she seems to have forgotten that she is responsible now for affordable, accessible, and quality childcare in Alberta. And she has no plan to do that. Every reputable economist in Canada is calling for childcare as the key component of our economic recovery. This government seems content to apply band-aids to a crisis and then sit back and watch the childcare system collapse. Alberta families, children, and the sector deserve better, and our economy needs it.
The honourable member for Drayton Valley Devon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2020 has already been an extremely challenging year. As we move through June, I can't help but think of the students in Alberta who will be graduating this year. In the interest of public health safety, graduation ceremonies have been cancelled. This is a necessary precaution, but nonetheless disappointing for our graduating students. I want to address those students directly and say that you've achieved something remarkable. Ceremony or not, your hard work and dedication is recognized. You made a choice to commit to your education and your future, and I am so proud of you. You've endured many sleepless nights of studying, managed your time to hand in assignments, and survived numerous final exams over the years. Yet, in addition, you have now had to navigate an entire semester virtually. Never before have the bonds of teacher and student been stretched in such a fashion. As a 30-year teacher, I truly understand the unique circumstances you have overcome, and I congratulate both yourselves and your teachers for your diligence and your commitment to learning. You have gained skills and knowledge that will last you a lifetime and have become part of your school's community along the way. You are just as worthy of a celebration as every graduating class that has come before you. I know how incredibly discouraging it must feel not being able to celebrate the completion of your studies with your peers. Yet I hope you have enjoyed the creative responses your schools have had throughout my constituency, like placing congratulation messages on your front lawns, to lining the main street with your graduation pictures. It takes perseverance and willpower to make it to graduation, and you should feel proud for finishing what you started. Even in these unprecedented circumstances, you have managed to pull through, and that in itself is no small feat. Congratulations to the graduating class of 2020. You are truly remarkable.
There we go.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Glenora.
Mr. Speaker, let's play a guessing game and take a trip down memory lane. January 2015, who said, quote, "You have a strange definition of democracy if it involves compelling people to finance political parties against their will"? Or how about May 2016? "I fought for years to cut taxpayer funding for political parties. Delighted we got it done." Sounds like a promise made, Mr. Speaker, by, you guessed it, Alberta's current Premier, the leader of the UCP. But what did he actually do? This spring, he compelled people to finance his political party against their will by exploiting a loophole in a federal program intended to help nonprofits like the Food Bank and the Canadian Cancer Society. The UCP is the only governing provincial party to force taxpayers to give them a handout. That's a promise broken, Mr. Speaker. Let's go to March 2019. "There will be no cuts to education under a UCP government." Again, a quote. Again, a promise made by the leader of the UCP. But what's the truth, Mr. Speaker? There were education cuts in both UCP budgets. Broken promise. Let's go to March of this year. Quote, "School authorities will receive their full allotment of funding for the 2020 school year. That's the education minister. She made that promise on behalf of the UCP and the Premier, and then 2 weeks later, promise broken. $128 million cut from schools, resulting in more than 20,000 layoffs. In fact, the largest single-day layoff in Alberta history. She said there just weren't enough public dollars to keep these education workers supporting students. But apparently, there's plenty to keep partisan staff supporting her. That's shameful, Mr. Speaker, taking taxpayer dollars for partisan purposes without taxpayers' consent. The Premier knows it's wrong. It's too bad he has drifted so far from the principles he once claimed. It's clear that kids and education workers don't matter to him as much as letting party staff live large on the backs of jobless Albertans. UCP promise broken.
Honourable members, we are at oral question period, and the Leader of Her Majesty's official opposition has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Small businesses are struggling. Many can't make rent, and many are worried they will be evicted. Now, Mr. Speaker, the so-called provincial federal commercial rent program is so utterly broken that property owners are refusing to participate. That's why we called for a ban on commercial evictions until this is sorted out. Simple, really. But, as usual, the Premier is ragging the puck, launching a survey with no end date, while his minister's staff complain that a ban is, quote, legally difficult. When will the Premier stand up, do the hard work, and protect Alberta's businesses?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the direct financial support given by the Government of Alberta to small and medium-sized businesses exceeds that on a per capita basis of all but one of the 10 provinces. We have been leaders in providing financial security through this incredibly challenging time for both families and job creators. Just one measure alone, $320 million assumed by the government in workers' compensation board premiums. We are working with small business organizations to see what more can be done, particularly on the challenging issue of commercial tenants, and I'd be happy to speak more to that in a moment.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's really not that difficult. Nova Scotia already has a ban, and BC passed one yesterday, saying, quote, "We heard from small businesses that they need us to help fill a gap that has left some of them unable to get the support they need. We're listening to small businesses and have their backs." Now, this Premier knows Alberta's economy is under more stress than almost anywhere else, so Alberta's small businesses, more than anywhere else, deserve a Premier who has their backs. He knows what he needs to do. What is he waiting for? Ban commercial evictions.
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, when it comes to supporting small businesses, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the Assembly that the very first act of this government was the Carbon Tax Repeal Act, which saved thousands of dollars for the average small business, a cost that had been imposed by the previous NDP government. Mr. Speaker, commercial landlords would be foolhardy to evict tenants during this time when we expect to see a regrettable wave of business failures. It makes absolutely no sense, which is why we've committed $67 million to support, in a cost-shared approach, with the federal government, fiscal support for small and medium-sized businesses through tenancy.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Premier knows that program is broken, but, when it comes to his own ideological agenda, this Premier can't act quick enough. $4.7 billion corporate handout? Get her done. Firing 20,000 special needs teaching assistants? Do it on the weekend if you can. Attacking doctors in a pandemic? What could possibly go wrong? Using taxpayer dollars to subsidize UCP fundraisers? Sign him up. But, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to supporting Alberta's small businesses with their rent, silence. Premier, when will you start taking action instead of just taking your time?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, again, within a day of the federal announcement of the cost-shared rent assistance program for commercial tenants, this government announced a full commitment of $67 million, the maximum permissible under that program. We are working with the Government of Canada and the Canadian Federation of Independent Business to address administrative shortcomings in that program, and we continue to listen closely to the job creators in this province who are very glad to see that the NDP is no longer sitting on this side of the House.
Hear, hear, hear. The Leader of the Opposition for her second set of questions.
John Horgan, Doug Ford, Scott Moe, Francois Legault, Mr. Speaker, English, French, left, right, it doesn't matter. Everyone gets why in the middle of a pandemic, when businesses can't get access to federal dollars, the Premier's party sidling up for their share demonstrates a profound lapse in ethical judgment. Even the CTF, with which this Premier has some history, says, quote, the UCP is like a rich guy going to a soup kitchen. Is the Premier really comfortable telling out-of-work Albertans who he's not helping that he's meanwhile going to take their tax dollars for his party fundraisers?
Provide some caution to the Leader of the Official Opposition with respect to asking about matters of party business. However, if the Premier chooses to respond, he's welcome to do so.
I don't even know what the question was. They're just a typical diatribe. I wonder how often do they rehearse these things, Mr. Speaker? They should just put it on autoplay every day, division and deception and anger. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to support for small businesses, Alberta's per capita actions announced to date amounts to $140 per person compared to $63 in Saskatchewan, $42 in Ontario, and $50 in Quebec. We're leading, as usual, when it comes to supporting job creators, Mr. Speaker.
To the opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Premier again suggested that it was okay for his party to take federal dollars because he had stopped fundraising. Unfortunately, that's not true. On March 30th, when parents were condemning the firing of 20,000 EAs, when 800 doctors asked him to cancel his attack on healthcare, when the virus spread in what Dr. Hinshaw called one of the hardest days yet, the UCP said to Albertans, give us money, quote, so that we can keep the lights on these tough times. So would the Premier like to rise now and correct the record and apologize to this House for the inaccurate statement he gave yesterday?
Provided the Leader of the Opposition some caution, she's a very accomplished parliamentarian. She understands how to make these questions about government policy. That certainly wasn't one, but the Leader of the government, and the Premier, is welcome to respond should he choose to do so. If he wouldn't like to, I'm happy to move on to the third question.
Mr. Speaker, of course, as usual, the preamble of the Leader of the Opposition's comment is totally inaccurate. I said that we suspended fundraising immediately when the COVID outbreak occurred, which is true. We have made a few requests since then, but not like the NDP, which on March the 17th, the day public health emergency was declared, sent out a begging email to their members seeking to monetize a pandemic. That tells you all you need to know. By the way, they are also one and the same with the federal NDP, which together with most political parties in Canada is participating in the nonprofit wage subsidy program.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, unlike the UCP, the other parties that this Premier is talking about are not saying to their citizens that it's okay to fire 20,000 educational assistants whose job it is to teach special needs students, that it's okay to go after rural doctors, that it's okay to not pay people their emergency isolation benefits, that that's okay because we need to do more with less, and then turn around and take taxpayer dollars from Albertans who can't get a job. That's why this is a government question, because Albertans deserve consistency, not hypocrisy. Why can't they get that?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as partisan rants go, they're getting worse and worse over there. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to remind the NDP, they talk about the largest single-day layoff in Alberta history. That would be every single year that the NDP was in office, when the school year was over, exactly the same people in the education system were laid off because the classrooms were no longer open. Regrettably, because of the largest pandemic in over a century, the classrooms were closed in this province in mid-March, and we continue to provide online education, including for children with disabilities.
Order. Order. Because the Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View is the only one with the call.
Mr. Speaker, one of my proudest moments as an MLA was introducing the NDP's first bill to get big money out of politics. What this bill prohibits is donations by an entity other than a person who is ordinarily resident in Alberta. A contribution is defined very broadly and includes any money taken by a political party without compensation. I believe the federal wage subsidy taken by this Premier for his political bills is a clear violation of the Act. To the Premier, did you consult with Elections Alberta before taking Trudeau's handout?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate to see the NDP continuing to disregard your point, which is they're asking questions that are not about government policy, Mr. Speaker. But if the NDP wants to talk about big money in politics, let's talk about all the money they take from their union supporters, Mr. Speaker, including their union bosses, Gil McGowan, who called Albertans nut bars just the other day, Mr. Speaker, and that member and her party still have not stood up in the House and condemned that behavior, Mr. Speaker. Maybe they will now, I don't know. I do think it's time.
Order. You might not like the answer, but I am entitled to hear the answer, and the Honourable Government House Leader was giving one.
Mr. Speaker, my point is, if they want to talk about party policy, maybe they should answer for the behavior of the person that's one of the people that's in charge of the very NDP party that's inside this House, Gil McGowan, who called Albertans who want to homeschool their kids nut bars, Mr. Speaker. Will they condemn that? Yes or no?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain Dew.
Mr. Speaker, generally, when matters of illegal campaign contributions arise, they are referred to the Elections Commissioner. Now, this government has fired the Elections Commissioner with a bill they rammed through this House in a matter of days. That commissioner was already investigating this Premier when he was terminated. We have no word on whether those investigations continue. To the Premier, are you unconcerned about taking these illegal contributions because you know you fired the last person who held you accountable?
I think I've been fairly generous with the swath of latitude that I've allowed the members of the official opposition to ask questions specifically about party operations. I've been a member of the opposition. I am very, very familiar with how it's possible to make questions about government business. If the honourable member chooses not to do that, we will move on, but I will provide the opportunity for the government to respond.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is another example of the NDP trying to avoid problems with their own party. The Ethics Commissioner, when that honourable member and her colleagues brought forward bogus complaints, Mr. Speaker, against the Premier and other people in this chamber, complaints that the Ethics Commissioner then cleared the Premier and other members of this chamber for, the Ethics Commissioner also brought forward concerns about that member and her party contradicting or attacking, Mr. Speaker, independent officers of this legislature, including the Chief Electoral Officer, Mr. Speaker. So my question for the opposition is, are they going to apologize for that behavior to independent officers of this legislature?
Order. This is a prime example of what happens when we don't discuss government policy. The decorum in the House is likely to degrade to the levels that none of us should be proud of. The leader, or the honourable member for Calgary Mountain Dew, I will be more than happy to interject if you don't make this question about government policy.
Absolutely. The spirit and intent of that act, which I understand the government supports, is to create a level playing field for Elections Alberta. I maintain that the donation is illegal and must be paid back. However, I certainly maintain that it is blatantly hypocritical for a government whose policy is to ignore the concerns and needs of countless Albertans during the COVID-19 pandemic to take Justin Trudeau's handout. To the Premier, here and now, it's time to pay back the money. Will you?
Much better. The Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's no more donation than a staffer receiving an EI payment from the government, Mr. Speaker. The whole question is absolutely ridiculous. But again, Mr. Speaker, is the honourable member wants to talk about the Ethics Commissioner and the process of independent officers in this legislature. My question, Mr. Speaker, are they going to finally apologize to this House? They were condemned by the Ethics Commissioner for their abuse of independent officers of this legislature. I see the leader of the official opposition smiling about that, Mr. Speaker. I don't think it's a laughing matter. Will she finally apologize for the way that she treated the Ethics Commissioner and the Chief Electoral Officer of this province?
Honourable member for Edmonton Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Manitoba government saw the light and reversed its plan to impose deep cuts onto post-secondary institutions. Furthermore, Manitoba said that they will help schools adapt to the new reality stemming from the pandemic with an emergency fund of more than $25 million. When will this Premier of this province acknowledge this new reality here in Alberta and commit to properly funding institutions, hiring back the instructors and support staff that we need to get our colleges and universities back on track?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Well, Mr. Speaker, maybe the member opposite hasn't been paying attention, so I'd be happy to give him an update. Of course, our government is providing adequate flexibility for our post-secondary institutions. As the member knows, hopefully, we were scheduled to introduce a new performance-based funding model on April 1st and have since delayed that because the priority, Mr. Speaker, needs to be on responding to the pandemic and, most importantly of all, of course, ensuring that our students are able to complete the semester, and we're providing that flexibility to our institutions indeed, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, you know, that's funny, Mr. Speaker. 2 budgets from this government, and 2 times they made deep cuts to post-secondary education. Let's take a look at another province. In Ontario, the government there recognized the uncertainty facing post-secondary, and they shelved their performance-based funding model. Meanwhile, here at home, the UCP insists on imposing performance-based funding, which defies common sense, given the dramatic developments of the last 3 months. As the minister said, performance-based funding was delayed, and of April, end of May, now the end of June. Why doesn't this Premier, why does he stick stubbornly to this plan that universities don't want?
The Honourable, the Minister of Advanced Education.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, the member opposite, unfortunately, doesn't have the updated information, so I'd encourage him to do a little bit more homework. We are working with our post-secondary institutions to assure a proper rollout of our performance-based funding model, but he brought up Ontario, and if he wants to make some comparisons, happy to. It's important to recognize that the University of Alberta, for example, receives almost the same dollar amount of funding from their provincial government as the University of Toronto, and the latter, Mr. Speaker, has over 50,000 more students. I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that we can deliver a more efficient system, and Mr. Speaker, we absolutely will.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, it's irresponsible to be in charge of our post-secondary institutions and constantly pushing for more cuts, and more cuts. Albertans deserve better, our students deserve better too, and we need all hands on deck, Mr. Speaker. This Premier takes taxpayers' money from political operations. We had, at the same time, more than 3,500 post-secondary staff being laid off across this province. 3,500 and counting, Mr. Speaker. When will this Premier commit to allocating emergency funding like other provinces did so our Alberta colleges and universities can open safely like
the
other...
Minister of Advanced Education.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's not just my opinion that we can indeed do better and restructure our post-secondary system. The incoming president of the University of Alberta has put a plan on the table to restructure the university, realize over $120 million in savings, and at the same time drive towards an ambitious goal of increasing enrollment by 25%. That is the plan that they are operating off of, Mr. Speaker, and we commend them for their leadership in looking at their efficiencies. And by their own accord, they have noted that their institution is expensive and isn't delivering the results that students and Albertans expect.
The Honourable Member for Lacombe-Panoka has a question to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the NDP, many communities in rural Alberta saw dramatic increases in break-ins, property and vehicle thefts, assaults, and violence against women. They were so negligent that Maclean's magazine reported that 7 out of 10 cities with the highest increases in crime in all of Canada over the previous 5 years were here in Alberta. Rural Albertans deserve a justice system that makes them feel secure and protected. What is this government doing to combat the increase of rural crime and to support constituents' concerns for safety?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Solicitor General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. We've heard from thousands and thousands of Albertans frustrated, Mr. Speaker, that have been victimized over and over again, living in fear in their communities, Mr. Speaker. They fear when somebody drives down their dirt road. This government has heard them and taken action, Mr. Speaker. We brought in enhanced restitution powers to go after those that have victimized them. We brought in community impact statements so they can have their voice heard as a community in court to get stronger penalties, Mr. Speaker. We also enacted the scrap metal dealers. While the NDP sat on their hands for 4 years not enacting this, we proclaimed it, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Lacombe-Panoka.
Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, I have heard about response times that can be as long as 2 hours, or tragically, sometimes not at all, Because distances are great and detachments are few, the NDP did not allocate sufficient resources to combat rural crime. What is this government doing to improve response times and RCMP presence to ensure rural Albertans regain confidence in the justice system?
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, we heard this as well. Albertans want to know someone is coming when they call. The response times in rural Alberta when we came in, Mr. Speaker, sometimes it took the police over an hour to get there. That's why we brought in the Rapid Force, to give 400 officers, our sheriffs, our fish and wildlife officers, our commercial vehicle officers, enhanced authorities to help deal with emergency situations. We also entered into a historic new agreement with municipalities, the largest single investment in policing since the March West, Mr. Speaker. This government stands with rural Alberta. They were ignored for 4 years. This government takes action.
Hear, hear. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the NDP's mismanagement and soft on crime approach, too many criminals went through a revolving door, catch and release justice system, getting back out onto the streets often within hours and reoffending. There is mounting frustration in rural communities that criminals are being released or that cases against them are being dropped because the NDP underfunded the prosecution service. What is this government doing to stop the revolving door and ensure criminals are behind bars and not victimizing Albertans?
I know that government members like to remind opposition members when they may be offering a question up with a preamble. Perhaps that was also a good example of a preamble. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, one thing that we heard loud and clear from Albertans is that they don't want a justice system designed in downtown Toronto. They want a justice system built right here in Alberta. That's why this government is so proud to be bringing legislation to establish an Alberta Parole Board. An Alberta Parole Board that will be responsive to the needs of Albertans, Mr. Speaker. Another promise made, promise kept from this government.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Whitemud has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government's hypocrisy is offensive, but it's also cruel. At the same time they're forcing Albertans to subsidize partisan birthday cards to the Premier, they're taking young people aging out of foster care to court to deny them ongoing emotional and financial support. That's right, Mr. Speaker. During a global pandemic, the UCP thinks tax dollars are better spent bailing out their fiscally inept political party rather than supporting young adults who have experienced trauma, abuse, and addiction. Will the Minister of Children's Services agree that pursuing this legal action is cruel and heartless, apologize to these young people, and immediately repeal the changes?
The Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, the opposition continues to play politics during a pandemic. As the member opposite knows, I can assure you that in the midst of all of this uncertainty, this crisis, young people in government care are being cared for, as well as those who have aged out. We've prioritized ensuring young adults who've had previous involvement through the child intervention system are safe and have the resources they need to manage through these challenging times. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Whitemud.
Given that the prioritization of young people aging out of care ends in a few weeks, and given that one of the youth involved said she was worried that the loss of these supports would force her back into sex work, and given the Court of Queen's Bench granted an injunction against the government's decision to cut these young people off of supports and said the government's actions could constitute cruel and unusual punishment, and given the court stated irreparable social, financial, and psychological harm would result from this government's actions, if the Minister of Children's Services won't stand up for these young people, will the Minister of Justice abandon the appeal of this court's decision?
The Honourable Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member opposite knows, I can't speak to anything that is before the court, but I will say that in situations where a child is turning 18 or a young adult may be aging out of care, workers will ensure that there is no disruption to the services they are receiving. I also want to point out that our province, through the Advancing Futures program, has some of the strongest social and emotional supports, as well as mentoring opportunities for young adults who do not have those natural supports. We have to continue to do better to transition these young adults out of government care.
The Honourable Member.
Given that, once again, Mr. Speaker, the court stated that it was cruel and unusual punishment, and given that with the exception of this government, Albertans think it's wrong to refuse to support vulnerable youth while happily taking taxpayers' money for the UCP's fundraisers, and given that these young people have told us what the cost of losing these supports will be for them, and given that pursuing this legal action shows exactly what the Minister of Children's Services and Minister of Justice thinks of their responsibility to these young people, will the Premier explain why he values the paychecks of the UCP staff but not the lives and security of young people trying to start a new life?
The Honourable the Minister Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I have said a number of times, not only have our frontline caseworkers reached out to each and every young adult who may be on this program, we've also reached out to our community partners who often offer many of the supports that these young adults rely on. No matter what, Mr. Speaker, what we've identified, what we've heard is that we need to do a better job of transitioning these young adults into adulthood and help them find natural support so they can succeed in life.
Honourable member for Calgary Buffalo now has a question.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta's recovery will be driven by our municipalities. That's why it's so critical that we prevent what Mayor Don Iveson called this week, quote, a municipal financial crisis. The federal government is fast-tracking over $2 billion to support municipalities, but the UCP has been silent, except when they are helping themselves to pandemic relief funds to bail out their party office. Will the Minister of Municipal Affairs commit that the province will match this federal contribution to our municipal governments?
The Honourable, the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are allocating almost $1 billion in MSI funding to municipalities this year alone. This includes almost $200 million in local infrastructure funding for Edmonton and more than $250 million in local infrastructure funding for Calgary. The government of Alberta is also making over $3.25 billion in capital commitment to Edmonton and approximately $4 billion for Calgary, Mr. Speaker. We are working with our municipalities.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo.
Given that the UCP has actually cut police funding, grants in place of taxes, and are taking a higher percentage of municipal fine revenue, and given they're making these cuts while having their hands stuck out looking to get their party fundraising subsidized by taxpayers, will the Minister of Municipal Affairs commit to restoring all municipal funding for the duration of this pandemic? And will he and his cabinet colleagues even pretend to care about municipalities as much as they care about their party fundraisers?
The Honourable, the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this side of the aisle is working every single day, every single week with our municipal partners. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we continue to have weekly town halls with our municipal partners to make sure that both the municipal government and the provincial government are working together to tackle the consequences of this COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, we are doing what our municipalities are asking of us.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you. Given that the Premier of Ontario has committed to supporting municipalities in his province and to working with the federal government, and given that the UCP has so far only committed to working with the federal government when it comes to securing funding for their party staffers, and given that the Mayor of Edmonton has warned that without support from both the province and the federal governments, a municipal financial crisis could occur, will the Minister follow the lead of the Premier of Ontario and commit to working with the feds to help Albertans and not just UCP staff?
The Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, perhaps that member opposite over there would have to apologize for the comment made by the president of the AFL, who, by the way, have got two voting interests on the NDP board, including every member of the affiliate of the AFL. Mr. Speaker, we are working with the federal government and my colleagues across the province to make sure that we are all on the same page, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the main issues that many rural ridings, my riding included, have been facing is the attracting and retention of rural doctors. This has been an issue that has existed for a long time, not just in Alberta, but in Canada. However, on April 24th, the Minister of Health announced the most generous funding package in all of Canada to address this issue. To the Minister of Health, can the Minister update this House on the impact of this unprecedented support for our rural physicians?
The Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I'm pleased to say that the announcement on April 24th means that Alberta now has the most generous incentives in Canada for physicians to practice in rural communities. And we've seen physicians in several communities reverse decisions to change their practices, and we hope we'll see more. Alberta remains the best place in Canada to practice medicine, and our government is committed to keeping it that way. I'm hopeful that rural physicians will choose to continue to serve the patients and their communities, including their local hospitals.
Member for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the update. Given that about 20% of Alberta's population is rural, and given that this constitutes nearly 874,000 Albertans, rural physicians undoubtedly play an invaluable role in the health and safety of many Alberta citizens. And given that sometimes these doctors go unrecognized for their efforts, to the same minister, would you be able to elaborate on the importance of rural physician retention, as well as the crucial role they play?
The Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member notes, and many others have noted, rural physician recruitment and retention is a significant challenge for us here in Alberta, and I certainly appreciate the unique nature of rural medicine. Long hours on call, less central supports, extra training and services like anesthesia and obstetrics. These are some of the unique challenges for our rural physicians. I recognize the anxiety in rural Alberta around access to health care. That's why we've committed to no rural hospital closures and introduced the most generous incentives in Canada for rural practice, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your recognition and commitment to rural physicians. Given that when the NDP were in government, negotiations with the AMA resulted in the termination of nearly $50 million in retention benefit for physicians, and given that the AMA agreed to terminating this benefit in exchange for being designated the exclusive representative of physicians, and given that I, along with my rural colleagues, have consistently heard from many of our physicians that they don't feel properly represented by the AMA, to the Minister, why is the AMA denying their own members their right to represent and speak for themselves?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's correct that the AMA is designated as the exclusive representative of physicians. I've certainly heard frustration from some physicians about this. It's clear to me that physicians are willing to do their part to contain costs. It's also clear that to this date, the AMA has shown no credible commitment to meeting our priority of holding our physician spending at a current level. In the coming weeks, I'll be reviewing whether there are alternate ways to negotiate with physicians, and I welcome feedback from physicians directly on this topic, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know our oil industry needs takeaway capacity, and we know we have to do everything we can to support Alberta workers. 2 months ago, we found out that this government will financially back the Keystone XL project. They are providing up to $7.5 billion of public dollars to back this project, but the details are unclear, and Albertans deserve to know how their money is being spent. To the Minister, we have asked before, will you finally provide these details?
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think the member opposite just provided the details. We provided a $1.2 billion investment in the project plus a loan guarantee. And Mr. Speaker, I am really pleased to let this Assembly know that the border crossing for KXL pipeline across the Canada-U.S. border has been completed, and construction is underway on both sides of the border, creating thousands of jobs here in Canada at a time when it's desperately needed.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
Given that since this deal was announced, KXL has faced a legal setback in the courts, and presidential candidate Joe Biden has said he will revoke the permit if elected. And given this project always faced significant legal and political risk, and given Biden's stance on Keystone XL, shouldn't come as a surprise. To the Minister, did your government conduct any kind of risk analysis on this project? If so, will they commit to providing that analysis to the House today?
The Honourable, the Premier has risen.
Of course, we conducted risk analysis, Mr. Speaker, and of course, the Crown does not release legal advice for matters that might be under subsequent litigation. Having said that, we know it's unfortunate to have seen Mr. Biden's recent remarks. What's really bizarre, though, was that the NDP of Alberta openly opposed this same project. In fact, when they first came to office in 2015, they told our representative in Washington to down tools on promoting Keystone XL. The leader of the opposition spoke publicly and repeatedly against it. Their federal party went to Washington to lobby against it. Shame on the NDP for undermining the oil sands.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's not true. We have supported Keystone XL. Given that Mr. Biden doubled down on his position after the Premier tried to lecture him about the pipeline, and given the Minister of Energy has actually done more harm than good to our international image with her comments about building pipelines during a pandemic, and given these comments will further harm the reputation of Alberta energy industry and inhibit our ability to attract investment and get our products to market, can the Minister retract her comments and also guarantee that Albertans will get their money back if Joe Biden cancels Keystone XL?
The Honourable the Premier has risen.
Mr. Speaker, I know that Alberta's NDP cheered when they heard those comments from Joe Biden, just as they cheered when Barack Obama vetoed Keystone XL. But Albertans hired this government to get pipelines built, and that's why we took a thoughtful and prudent investment with a preferred equity stake that's creating 7,400 high-paying jobs when we need them most here north of the border. That's already created the border crossing, creating facts on the ground, and we stand as well with the building trades, construction, and steel workers unions in the United States, all of us together supporting North American energy security.
The honourable member for Edmonton Mill Woods has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the opposition leader and I asked this government to support paid sick leave. Rather than committing to this simple policy that will keep both workers and communities safe from COVID-19, the minister hemmed and hawed before saying they would get back to us in the coming weeks. This Minister of Labour had actually announced paid sick leave in Alberta earlier in the pandemic and failed to deliver. Is the government now ready to deliver on their earlier commitment to introduce a paid sick leave? And if not, why not?
The Honourable the Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As indicated last week, the announcement was made by the federal government last week, and we're waiting to hear about the details before we move forward on this. But the honourable member was quite right. Our government understood the need that individuals are sometimes caught between a choice of having to stay at home, as directed by the chief medical officer, or having to go to work. And that's why we acted quickly when we put in place the emergency isolation benefit before the federal benefit could be in place, so that people wouldn't have to make that choice. Mr. Speaker, we acted quickly, we supported Albertans, and we will continue to do so.
The honourable member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Thank you. Given that the support the minister refers to has ended, and given that the Minister of Labour has so far only committed to reviewing proposals, and given that the UCP is taking a federal bailout for their partisan political staff, but it's radio silence for Alberta workers looking for paid sick leave, and given that in BC, Premier Horgan has stated that their province is prepared to go it alone and create a paid sick leave policy if necessary, is the minister prepared to follow the strong example set by BC, create an Alberta paid sick leave policy, or is he only willing to help those who help him fundraise?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, as noted by one of my learned colleagues here, $100 million is not radio silence. We spent that as part of the emergency isolation benefit. That doubled the original budget. Mr. Speaker, we are waiting for details from the federal government. It's unfortunate they couldn't provide more details earlier, but we are going to be thoughtful about our response, and once we see that, and support both Albertans and Alberta job creators during this time.
The honourable member.
Given that businesses and workers are calling for a paid sick leave policy that supports them, and given that this minister has been unable to comment on the proposal from the federal government, but given that this government operated at breakneck speed to get the federal handout to keep their party organization running, and given that Albertans are tired of this government delaying and passing the buck, can the minister at least give us his opinion on whether he thinks Alberta workers should have access to paid sick leave?
The Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As stated, we are working with the federal government. We're going to get more details from them, and then we're going to be able to be thoughtful about our response in terms of supporting both Albertan employees and job creators. Mr. Speaker, we are devoted to assisting Albertans through this. We have already committed to $13 billion in terms of our response, the highest per capita of any province in the country. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to support Albertans and job creators.
The honourable member for Lac St. Anne Parkland has a question to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, the federal government moved to abolish the use and possession trade of over 1,500 firearms in Canada, predominantly modern sporting rifles, large-bore bolt-action rifles, and as well a particular brand of coffee. The reasoning was to attempt to make Canadians safer. However, very few of the legally owned firearms, if any, are used in a crime and will cost the taxpayers at least $600 million to $1 billion in a buyback program. Instead of focusing on how the illegal firearms are smuggled in and used, or strengthening sentencings for gun crimes, or increasing Border Protection Services budget of a paltry $17.5 million per year to address the real issue, the Liberals chose to go after the law-abiding citizens. To the Minister of Justice.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard loud and clear from law-abiding firearms owners how frustrated they are when they were sideswiped by Ottawa on their recent firearms policy, Mr. Speaker. This government is exploring all the options available to us to take greater responsibility here in the province of Alberta when it comes to the management of firearms, Mr. Speaker. We're exploring a chief firearms officer for this province, Mr. Speaker. I believe a motion is going to come to this House for debate, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking forward to that debate. We need more Alberta and less Ottawa.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that Section 17.15 states that in making regulations, the Governor and Council may not prescribe anything to be prohibited firearm or restricted firearm, a prohibited weapon, a restricted weapon, prohibited device, prohibited ammunition, if, in the opinion of the Governor and Council, that the thing is prescribed it be in reasonable use in Canada for hunting or sporting purposes, and that the exceptions were made for the Indigenous citizens for the purpose of hunting. To the Minister, would this not indicate that in the opinion of the Governor and Council in such these firearms are reasonable for hunting in Canada, and therefore this ban could not have been made under the regulations?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I think in those 35 seconds, more thought has gone into firearms policy than what happened in all of Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. Right now in our province, law-abiding Albertans know how to handle their firearms, Mr. Speaker. They're responsible with what they do. If Ottawa was intent on actually dealing with firearms crime, they'd be going after illegal guns coming into our country. 80% of the illegal firearms used are from American guns coming into Canada. When will Ottawa crack down at the border? That's the message we sent to Minister Lametti and Minister Blair when we met with them earlier this year.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Minister. Given that many Albertans safely own and store these firearms, many of which have been passed down through families and hold sentimental value for many, and that many Albertans, small gun shops and manufacturers will suffer due to this unreasonable ban, to the Minister, how soon can we act on implementing measures to prevent this poorly thought-out ban from being enforced in Alberta?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, we're continuing to work with stakeholders to make sure we come up with a clear policy from the province of Alberta. Stay tuned for something here in the near term, Mr. Speaker, as to what Alberta's next steps are going to be. But again, I think this goes back to my earlier comment about the fact we need more Alberta and less Ottawa. That's why I'm so proud this government brought in an Alberta Parole Board legislation earlier this week, Mr. Speaker. We're going to take decisive action here to stand up for law-abiding Albertans, including our firearms owners.
The honourable member for St. Delbert has a question to ask.
This government continues to show their real priorities. Albertans on AISH, not worth the $30 a month that indexing AISH would give them. Ask the UCP, though, and they'll tell you that their party HQ, which apparently couldn't survive on its own fundraising, deserves a federal bailout. Our caucus recently called on the UCP to commit to a $4 an hour wage increase for disability workers. We've heard nothing but silence from this minister, so let me try again. Will the minister commit to this wage top-up for disability workers?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the question. Our government is continuing to work with the federal government for greater clarity on the parameters regarding the federal wage top-up program. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that we have provided wage top-outs for healthcare aides. $2 an hour is announced by the Minister of Health, which has been paid out, and we're continuing to work with our federal government in regards to the overall program, and we'll be announcing details in the coming weeks.
The honourable member for St. Albert.
Given that our caucus called on the UCP to provide and pay for all PPE disability workers required to safely do their job, and the UCP is exploiting a loophole to take federal bailout money for their party, and given that this government is putting their hypocrisy on full display by refusing to give disability workers the salary and tools they need to stay safe, while insisting Albertans struggling in this economic and health crisis fork over hard-earned money so the UCP can keep their partisan operations running. To the minister, have you lost interest in protecting Albertans now that your partisan staff are covered?
The Honourable Minister of Health has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. But, you know, I think as we hear again, after a couple of days, we hear the NDP coming back into this room, back in this chamber. Let's all take note that it's 2020 when the NDP really truly jumped over the shark as they keep on taking shots at the CERB program, Mr. Speaker. This is a program that's not unlike the employment insurance program, and the NDP keep on coming back into this chamber and calling it government handouts and bailouts, Mr. Speaker. It's disrespectful to the workers who are applying for these programs, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that the NDP give their heads a shake and are less shameful.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
given that I had a third question, but I'm going to go back and focus on the original one. It was for the Minister of Community and Social Services. Disability workers are doing a great job. That's why infection rates are low in that community. They need PPE. They need it covered. All we want is an answer. They deserve a top-up. They deserve an answer, not just a phrase that says we might bill you at a later date. Answer the question. Disabled Albertans are watching, as are their workers. Answer the question.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am proud that we were the only province in Canada to provide free PPE to businesses that needed it. Mr. Speaker, over the past few weeks, the Provincial Operations Centre made over 5 million deliveries of personal protective equipment to non-Alberta Health Services businesses and organizations. Mr. Speaker, and I want to commend them for their work. But, Mr. Speaker, as we transition towards recovery, we are prioritizing PPE delivery to those at the highest risk of COVID-19 exposure. Mr. Speaker, we are helping connect businesses with PPE vendors and BizConnect website.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. British Columbia has had single-site staffing rules in place for continuing care since April 10th. Ontario's rules have been in place since April 22nd. The member for Calgary Acadia told this House last week that Alberta had 100% single-site staffing. Yesterday, he admitted that's not true. What's more, he admitted that some seniors will never be given that protection because he's letting the private facility operators off the hook. Why are Vegreville seniors denied the pandemic protection given to other Alberta seniors?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday when I was asked this very same question by the Honourable Member, the answer is still the same, Mr. Speaker. We have 400 sites throughout the province. The Chief Medical Officer of Health has provided guidance and orders to be able to provide the operators and the staff there with some guidance. And in particular, the single site provision that was provided to these sites. There were 4 sites who made an application to Dr. Henshaw, the Chief Medical Officer of Health. The exemption decision is hers alone, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage the NDP to give our medical professionals the deference they deserve.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Given that Optima Living in Vegreville has been plagued by understaffing and horrific working conditions, and given that the facility has been cited for failing to meet accommodation standards 36 times on that member's watch, and given that he is still signed off on an $8 an hour pay cut for workers there, does the member really think it's a good idea to give this troubled facility permission to ignore a public health order during a pandemic?
The Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that the member is reading her questions and didn't probably hear my answer for the first question, but I'll repeat it again, Mr. Speaker. The exemption decision from the decision of the Chief Medical Officer of Health is an exemption that's provided by the Chief Medical Officer of Health. It is not a decision of me or this government, Mr. Speaker, but the Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Dina Hinshaw, has provided that exemption to those 4 sites out of the 400 in the system, Mr. Speaker. And I'd encourage the NDP to thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member.
Given that Alberta seniors have been appalled by the Premier's comments that many of those who lost their lives had outlived their life expectancy anyway, and given that the Premier has been trying to walk back these vile comments with a promise to, quote, build a wall of defense around the most vulnerable, Premier, why are you compromising the safety of seniors in Vegreville to build a wall of defense around Optima Living's profit margins?
The Minister of Health.
I'm not surprised, Mr. Speaker, to hear again the NDP to twist the words of our Premier and to totally and completely misrepresent the words of our Premier when we have done a fantastic job in this province in being able to reply to this pandemic. The testing capacity that we built up to be able to make sure that our public health officials can quickly respond. And the fact that we have seen in our province, unfortunately, 106, I think, deaths in our continuing care facilities, compared, though, to Ontario and Quebec, which is $1,600 and $2,700, Mr. Speaker. The tax on these continued care facilities is unwarranted.
The honourable member for Highwood has the call.
Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 public health pandemic, a record low price of oil, and a global recession has created unpredictable times for the future of this province. And in response to the above, our government appointed some of the province's brightest minds to an Economic Recovery Council to provide their expertise on how to pivot out of this economic crisis. And given that the statistics and a response from Albertans have put us in a position to re-engage our economy, Albertans are now looking for hope and direction. To the Minister of Finance, what can Albertans expect? When can Albertans expect a report from the Economic Recovery Council? And what strategies do you feel will be the focus of this council?
The Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the question. We've been holding regular meetings with the Economic Recovery Council. And Mr. Speaker, we're very fortunate to have as advisors these experienced and esteemed individuals dedicated to supporting our province. The Council's been providing advice on how to ensure Alberta is well positioned to return to prosperity. Their advice has informed our actions to date and is informing our economic recovery plan that we'll be releasing in the upcoming weeks.
The honourable member for Highwood.
Given now that we are currently underway in phase 1 of our relaunch and looking forward to phase 2 and phase 3 of the province's relaunch strategy, and given that as a province we need to establish a focused and fiscally responsible plan that will help relaunch our economy, maximize on our provincial investments in infrastructure, and address the balance needs of our small to large industries, to the Minister of Finance, can you provide some insight as to how this government expects to lead a strong economic recovery while staying fiscally responsible?
The Minister of Finance and President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are, of course, implementing relief programs and fiscal stimulus measures to support Alberta businesses and Albertans. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. Individuals and businesses create wealth and prosperity. Governments do not. It's government's role to create the most competitive business environment and see, again, individuals and businesses invest, create wealth, and return this province to prosperity. Mr. Speaker, that is the way we will lead the nation in terms of economic growth and recovery following this COVID pandemic.
The member for Highwood.
Given that the relaunch of Alberta's economy will take a coordinated effort from all levels of government, and given that our Premier has stated that as a province, we will get through this together stronger and united, to the Minister of Municipal Affairs, how does this government intend on ensuring that we address the needs for lower taxes, smaller government expenditure, and red tape reduction on all levels, including that of our local municipalities, to ensure the province will lead the country in economic growth?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, we know municipalities are on the front line of this recovery. Our government is investing billions to help get our communities through the pandemic, and we have made numerous regulatory changes to make it easier for administrations to do their jobs. But we know there is more work to be done, Mr. Speaker. That is why we've worked with councils to gather a list of shovel-ready projects for potential infrastructure stimulus. Mr. Speaker, we would have more to say in the days ahead.
Honourable members, in 30 seconds or less, we will return to member statements.
I see the honourable member for Grand Prairie has a statement to make.
I rise in the Assembly today to bring attention to the victims of crime in this province and the challenges they face in their pursuit of justice. I am honoured to serve as co-chair on the Victims of Crime Task Force, along with my colleague, the honourable member for Airdrie East. This working group will review the financial benefits program available to victims and consult on the creation of a new victims assistance model to be launched in 2021. We will be working directly with stakeholders across Alberta to improve supports for victims of crime and ensure the new model provides what victims actually need. I would like to thank those who selflessly volunteer to step into these tragic situations with offers of support when most people would prefer to step back. For me, this is personal. In 2013, on the night of January 12th, dear friends of mine lost their son to a violent crime. Brenda and Jody Weiss received the most dreaded call a parent can imagine as a police officer informed them their son had been stabbed multiple times. Hope faded quickly as they realized their son Brett, just 20 years old at the time, was not going to survive. Along with their daughter Morgan, Brenda and Jody have walked through unimaginable trauma, grief, heartache, and loss since that dreadful night. The family has endured multiple trials and appeals and has been steadfast in their resolve to seek justice for their son and brother. No parent should have to go through the pain of losing a child. No baby sister should wake up to the news that her brother is gone. I was appalled to see my friends struggle in the depth of their grief to find their way through this legal process, day after day and year after year. Brett's loss is a life sentence, one the Weiss family had no choice in, and one they are faced with each and every morning. I was appalled to sit in court with them and witness the taxpayer-funded professional support afforded to the now convicted murderers while my friends were largely on their own. They were left to figure out the path forward with limited guidance and no clear supports. We can do better, Mr. Speaker, and we will do better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. I see the honourable member for Sherwood Park has risen with a member statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sherwood Park is a community that is home to many accomplished citizens, and today I want to celebrate the success of one of our own. Chuba Hubbard, born in Alberta in 1999, took 19 out of the 20 first-place votes to win the John Cornish Trophy as the best Canadian in the NCAA football for the 2019 season. Hubbard, who wears number 30 on the field, is an explosive running back for Oklahoma State. He topped the NCAA in 2019 and became the 32nd running back in NCAA history to surpass the 2,000 yards rushing mark. Hubbard is a natural athlete and first excelled at track when he was only 6 years old. He has represented Canada on the national and international stage in track and field. He began his football career with the Sherwood Park Sabercats at the age of 10 and is an alumni of Bev Facey High School. During his 3 years of high school football, he scored 82 touchdowns and racked up nearly 7,000 rushing yards, bringing the attention of American college football scouts and earning him multiple offers to play NCAA football. Along with winning the John Cornish Trophy, he was also a finalist for the Doak Walker Award for the NCAA Top Running Back, a finalist for the Walter Camp Player of the Year Award, and was named an All-American and Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year. Hubbard is quoted as saying, "A lot of people want to say Canadians can't do this. It is only Americans." He wants to show that Canadian kids, whether it's football, track, or really whatever in life, you can achieve it through hard work. Hubbard lives out his values of helping others both on and off the field. He has already created a nonprofit organization, and I am proud, so proud, to salute Sherwood Park's own Chuba Hubbard.
The honourable member for Drumheller-Stettler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On November 9th, 2019, our Premier issued a mandate letter to the members of the Fair Deal panel. The letter acknowledged that Albertans have an unprecedented level of frustration with their place in the Federation. 5 years of economic stagnation were deepened and prolonged by policies of the federal government and other provincial governments which sought to landlock Alberta's vast resources. Those policies, plus others that interfere in areas of provincial jurisdiction, are viewed by many Albertans as suffocating, especially given our province's oversized contribution to Canada's economy and fiscal success. Albertans have contributed $611 billion more in federal taxes than we have received back in transfers and services since 1961. This fiscal inequity is a major factor in why public opinion polls have shown that as many as a third of Albertans support the concept of separating from Canada. Not to mention 3/4 of Albertans understand or sympathize with this sentiment. Many Albertans who indicate support for federalism are demanding substantive reforms that will allow the province to develop its own resources and control its own destiny. The panel's mandate was to listen to Albertans' opinions and concerns, and they did just that. They heard from tens and thousands of engaged, passionate Albertans. The panel explored many measures and initiatives that would strengthen our province's economic position, give us a bigger voice in Confederation, and increase provincial authority over institutions and funding in areas of provincial jurisdiction. Albertans discussed with the panel regarding creating an Alberta pension plan by withdrawing from CPP, establishing a provincial police force, and appointing our own chief firearms officer. These and many other directions were discussed and reviewed. The panel's report was submitted in May, but its release has been delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the attention it has required. But the Premier's been clear. The report will be released when the public health emergency expires on June 15th. It's time. Albertans want to get on with it.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees.
The Honourable Member for Cardston-Siksika and the Deputy Chair of the Standing Committee on Private Bills and Private Member Public Bills.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is a mouthful, but I do rise on behalf of my colleague, the member for Calgary West. I have two reports to provide today. First, in accordance with Standing Order 99, the Standing Committee on Private Bills and Private Members' Public Bills has reviewed the petition for Bill PR1, the Sisters of the Precious Blood of Edmonton Repeal Act, which was presented on Monday, March 16th, 2020. As chair of the committee, deputy chair of the committee, I can advise the Assembly that the petition complies with Standing Orders 90 to 94. For my second report, I'm very pleased to table the requisite number of copies for the committee's final report on Bill 202, Conflicts of Interest Protecting the Rule of Law, Amendment Act 2020, sponsored by the Honourable Member from Calgary Mountain View. This bill was referred to the committee on March 5th, 2020. Mr. Speaker, the committee's final report recommends that the Bill 202 not, I repeat, not proceed. I request concurrence of the Assembly in the final report on Bill 202.
Members, for clarity's sake, concurrence is not required for the report given with respect to Bill PR1. However, honourable members, a motion for concurrence in the report on Bill 202, Conflict of Interest, Protecting Rule of Law Amendment Act 2020, is debatable pursuant to Standing Order 18.1b. Are there any members who wish to speak to the motion for concurrence? If so, please rise. Seeing a member, given that members wish to speak to the motion for concurrence in the report, that debate will take place on the next available Monday under the item of business, motion for concurrence in committee reports on public bills other than government bills.
Presenting petitions, notices of motions, introduction of bills.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise today to introduce Bill 19, the Tobacco, Smoking, and Vaping Reduction Act of 2020. The act would make changes to the Tobacco and Smoking Reduction Act to further reduce the health harms associated with smoking and secondhand smoke, and in particular address the alarming rise in youth vaping. For too long, Alberta has been the only province in Canada without legislation to address the purchase, possession, sale, and consumption of vaping products. The rise in vaping among young Albertans is concerning. The Act proposes amendments that strengthen our existing tobacco control measures and introduces aligned vaping provisions. By preventing and reducing the use of tobacco and vaping products, Albertans can lead healthier, longer lives, and ultimately we can reduce associated costs to the healthcare system, estimated to be up to $6 billion over the next 4 years. And with that said, Mr. Speaker, I hereby move first reading of the Tobacco, Smoking, and Vaping Reduction Act 2020. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health has moved first reading of Bill 19, Tobacco and Smoking Reduction Amendment Act 2020. All those in favour of the motion for first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 19, Tobacco and Smoking Reduction Amendment Act 2020 is now read a first time. Tabling returns and reports.
Are there any tablings? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure has a tabling.
Mr. Speaker, I'm tabling the requisite number of copies of a report on feedback gathered by the Infrastructure Ministry on what Albertans wanted to see done with the former Glenora site of Royal Alberta Museum. We collected a lot of input, but I have more to say when a member from Edmonton South asked me questions about it. Thank you.
Honourable members, I'll just remind, I know it's a new process. Upon the completion of tablings, you can table your documents in the tabling tables. Just wait until the speaker. With respect to the collection of bills, the LAS team, as soon as available, will come and collect the bill to bring that to the table. But tablings will go into the tablings table moving forward. Are there other tablings today? The Honourable Member for Calgary Fish Creek has a tabling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table correspondence with respect to support for my private member's bill 201, the Strategic Aviation Advisory Council Act. The first one is from the Alberta Aviation Council, Mr. Bram Tilrow, acting chair. The second is from the City of Lethbridge, Mayor Chris Spearman, on behalf of City Council of Lethbridge. Third one is from Elizabeth Evans, Dean of the Bissett School of Business, on behalf of their aviation program. And last but not least is from Sturgeon County, Mayor Alana Hinatu, representing Sturgeon County, which is the proud home of Villanova Airport. Thank you.
There are other tablings. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview, is that a... Okay, sorry. It's like we're at an auction mart. Anything above the shoulder is a bid. Any other tablings? The clerk, please.
Clerk.
Honourable members, we are at orders of the day, orders du jour.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 18, Corrections Alberta Parole Board Amendment Act 2020. Honourable Mr. Schweitzer.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and the Solicitor General has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request leave to move second reading of Bill 18, the Corrections Alberta Parole Board Amendment Act 2020. When this government was elected, we committed to listening to Albertans to ensure we had a justice system that reflected our province's unique character and our unique challenges and concerns. Albertans themselves understand the realities that face their communities better than everyone. During my time as Minister of Justice, I've had the opportunity to travel across Alberta. I spend that time meeting with thousands of Albertans about rural crime, about crime and challenges in their community. No matter which community I visit, one thing I heard loud and clear is that Albertans are frustrated, even angry, with a justice system that does not make them feel safe, secure, and protected. They are frustrated with the havoc that crime has caused in their communities and the mental health impacts it's had on so many of them as they live in fear every single night, wondering if they're going to be next. Maclean's magazine, in its 2019 compilation of Canada's most dangerous places, named 7 Alberta cities among the top 10 in the country with the highest increases in crime over the previous 5 years. I've also heard time and time again from people in these communities across Alberta how much they appreciate a government that is listening to them, Mr. Speaker, a government that is taking action and making sure we put their priorities first, Mr. Speaker. In last year's election, our party promised to crack down on crime through numerous actions, including hiring more prosecutors, providing more tools and resources to strengthen policing, and several measures aimed at tackling the primary perpetrators of crime in Alberta, repeat offenders. A provincial parole board would do better to protect Albertans, their loved ones, and their property from repeat offenders. Our government's platform committed that we would ensure repeat offenders are not able to re-victimize them. This is an important part of getting a fair deal for Alberta and getting more Alberta and less Ottawa. By creating an Alberta Parole Board, Alberta is taking control of a key component of the administration of justice in this province. We'll even help end the revolving door justice system that has caused so much frustration here in Alberta. The actions we're taking will make Alberta's parole system more responsive to and safer for Albertans. It will make sure the province's parole board is fair, fast, and responsive to the needs of communities. Moreover, an Alberta Parole Board will enhance our autonomy and control over a very important part of our justice system. I request that we move second reading of Bill 16, the Corrections Alberta Parole Board Amendment Act 2020. I encourage all members of this Assembly to support this bill, Mr. Speaker. It should be a nonpartisan issue, Mr. Speaker, but you never know in this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I see the Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View is rising to debate this bill, Bill 18, Corrections Alberta Parole Board Amendment Act 2020, on second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Obviously, this bill has, or Mr. Speaker, you're up there. Obviously, this bill has been introduced quite recently, and we therefore have a significant number of questions, and so I will begin there. I think it's important first to set the stage. So, I think Albertans deserve to know this will affect those who are sentenced to 2 years less a day or less. So this impacts only those that are in provincial correctional institutions, not those in federal correctional institutions. So any sentence that is 2 years or longer will not be impacted by this. And in fact, the government's own numbers in response to questions from reporters yesterday indicate that this will impact roughly 50 individuals a year. So the number of applications likely to come before this board in each given year is 50. The cost is estimated to be about $600,000 a year. I think that's a pretty significant investment to deal with only 50 applications a year, particularly when the federal government is presently doing this work. So I think another thing to note, and another question I would have for the minister, is that the portion of the Corrections Act that was repealed in order to be replaced with this actually gave Cabinet the power to establish an Alberta Parole Board by way of regulation. So in fact, this legislation is entirely unnecessary. Cabinet could have done this by way of regulation. Mr. Speaker, I think the minister ought to speak to us in terms of why it is that the choice was taken to do this by way of legislation. I suspect that the answer is that this is less about policy, it's less about improving the justice system, and it's more about appearing to do things. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that this is a common theme that we have seen from this government on this file. They promised during the election campaign that they would increase funding to ALERT by millions of dollars. They have not yet increased that funding, and we found out recently in estimates that they intend to fund that increase in ALERT, which they promised in their campaign, by taking money from the Victims of Crime Fund. We have also heard this government promise, again in an election year, that they would increase the number of Crown prosecutors by 50. By way of comparison, Mr. Speaker, we increased the number of prosecutors over the course of our 4-year term by 70. So 50 is about the increase you would expect. So far, that increase hasn't occurred at all. No movement has been made in that direction. And we found out, again, in estimates, that this government intends to take money from victims of crime in order to pay for these prosecutors. Then we have a minister announcing that he is going to put 500 new officers into rural Alberta. As it turns out, by that he meant that municipalities would put 500 new officers into rural Alberta because, in fact, people are being asked to pay for these officers on their property taxes. The interesting thing, Mr. Speaker, about this is that the enforcement mechanism has always been available to municipalities to add additional enforcement. So if those municipalities, if the residents of those municipalities wanted to pay for these additional officers, they always had the ability to do that. They chose not to. But now the minister will force them to pay. So they'll force some rural residents to pay up to an additional $400 more. And we still do not know what those rural residents will get in return. So I think that this is just another piece in this government's attempts to look like they are doing something when in fact they aren't doing anything. And I think that's a pretty big concern. I think it's a big concern because we actually do have a problem. I have not only acknowledged that we had a problem, but we had commenced work during our term in government on a solution to that problem, a solution which we know resulted in hundreds of fewer break-ins, hundreds of fewer vehicle thefts by adding money to support the people of rural Alberta. So I think that that is my biggest concern, is that this is much more about show than it is about substance. Another huge area of concern for me is that the minister took the time to explicitly state that one of the people appointed to this would be a rural Albertan. Now, I think that that is legitimate. I think that that's a legitimate thing to say. I think what concerns me is his silence on other matters. There was no commitment to ensure that there is Indigenous representation. There was no commitment to ensure that there is representation from the Black community. There was no commitment on anything else. And I think that that is a huge concern, particularly with respect to Indigenous individuals. We know that they are overrepresented in the justice system. This is an issue that the legal system and the law has been struggling with for decades now. And so I think when we see an announcement like this, we need to know that there will be representation from those communities, because I think we are seeing right now the results of what happens when a system tries to govern people without the voices of those people being involved in the system. Ultimately, the system becomes illegitimate to those it attempts to govern. And I think if we say some people get to be the people who are part of the justice system, some people get to make the decisions about everyone else, but the people who are governed by that system are not represented in terms of those doing the work, that's a huge concern, a huge concern. In fact, it was one of my biggest concerns in the time I sat as minister. We did a lot to ensure that we were increasing representation from underrepresented communities in all aspects of the justice system. And I think that's critical. I think it's absolutely critical, because people do not feel, when they are being governed by a system that doesn't reflect them, that that system is legitimate. And if the justice system loses its legitimacy, it loses its ability to operate. And so I think that the minister's silence on this issue is deafening. And I hope that we will hear over the course of this debate some comment on this, because I think it's important. If we are now in charge of this system, and the ostensible or the reason given is that it gives us here in Alberta more say on the system, if we're really saying that what needs to happen is a more representative system, then we need to see that there is representation from Indigenous communities, from the Black community. We need to see that that's something that's happening, because otherwise the system loses its legitimacy. The minister spoke, I think, at length about people who are frustrated with the justice system, and I think he's right. Certainly in 4 years, I heard a lot of frustrations from a lot of people. But those frustrations come from multiple different directions, and there are very complicated solutions to those problems. Many of those solutions lie outside of the justice system. What I can tell you is that in the time I spent listening to rural Albertans on this issue, which I did spend a significant amount of time, I went to a number of different places, and I did hear that frustration. I absolutely concur that people were frustrated. But the nice thing is that in those meetings, we had representation from the RCMP in almost every one of them. And I think that's really important, because I think that when you're talking about a problem, the people who are on the ground, who are tasked with dealing with that problem, are incredibly important. And what I heard over and over and over again from those RCMP officers, and in fact from chiefs of police throughout the province, is that probably the single most effective investment in crime prevention that the province can make is an investment in affordable housing. We know that affordable housing gives people a place to go. It gives them a home, and that enables them to deal with the other issues that drive their criminality. So those supports are absolutely critical. Sure, that won't work for everyone. Of course it won't. There are some people that find themselves in conflict with the law because they are addicted, because they are suffering from mental health challenges, because they just were not given the tools and skills to interact in the modern environment. They don't, they can't find a job, they can't get money to pay for their food or their rent, and they're desperate. Sure, there are those people, but there are, I absolutely admit, a lot of people who are just out there to prey on other Albertans. Those people absolutely exist, and those people should absolutely be in jail. I think the concern is that we don't want to conflate those people who would prey on their fellow Albertans with the fellow Albertans who simply find themselves in a desperate situation. I certainly know that one of the first asks I received as Solicitor General was from the then Chief of the Edmonton Police, and that was a facility to take individuals who are potentially high, who are potentially suffering from mental health challenges, to link them up with supports. Because if they aren't linked up with supports in that moment, they tend to wind up back on the street, and the police just have to pick them up over and over. And you know what? People are frustrated with that system. The police are frustrated with that system too. And I think that ultimately, there are a lot of things that can be done. Certainly, investments in policing is a big one. We increased investments in policing because we thought that that was a necessary part of it. We also increased investments in affordable housing because we also thought that that was a necessary part of it. We also ensured that benefits going to individuals were indexing, because that too is a necessary part of it, ensuring that the supports are available for people. So I think, you know, it is fair to say that many people are frustrated with the justice system. But I don't think it's fair to suggest that a bill that will impact roughly 50 people a year is the panacea to that particular problem. So, again, I think it's worth noting that this bill wasn't really necessary. The cabinet could have done it. It affects very few people. It costs $600,000 a year, and I'm not convinced it's going to solve the problem that we're aiming to solve. And I think that in the absence of minority groups on the panel, potentially it's not going to solve any problem at all. So I would like to see that commitment. And obviously, this is very new. The minister has spoken to this in a press conference and just now at second reading, but we haven't had time for extensive debate on this matter. So it's entirely possible that it is the minister's intent to ensure that those minority groups are represented on the panel. If that's the case, I would ask him to simply say so. Because I think that that is something that Albertans, particularly in this time, need to see. They need to see a minister stand up and say, all voices are important. We want to bring this into Alberta to represent all Albertans. We want everyone to have a say. We truly intend to make this more representative of Albertans. And I think that if he was willing to say those things, that would be a significant improvement on this particular bill. I think, too, in terms of, you know, this bill is being sold as somehow contributing to Alberta's independence. I mean, maybe in some small way. But again, the idea that, you know, the few weeks in either direction in terms of a sentence of 50 individuals a year, I'm not sure that that rises to the level that people are expecting. I think that perhaps expectations for the impact of this bill that the minister has created in the general public maybe overstate the impact that this is likely to have. I think, again, Mr. Speaker, that the minister is right when he says there are challenges with the justice system. There are an enormous number of challenges with the justice system, challenges that we need to face. And I think that that being the case, I wonder what the fate of the Justice Summit was. This was brought forward under us. It was brought forward in response to the Jordan decision, and it was participants in all areas of the system coming together to have a conversation about how to improve that system, because we all know there are little pieces here and there that are not working, and in fact, those little pieces not working add up to creating a system that doesn't work for everyone, that is creating a lot of challenges. So I think I would wonder about the fate of that particular initiative. I think another thing, when we talk about Albertans frustrated by the justice system, I think there are very few people who are more frustrated by the justice system, in my experience, than victims of crime or the relatives of those victims. The system is designed in such a way that the participants in the courtroom are the crown on behalf of we the people, if you will, and the defendant. And the judge, obviously, also the judge. I think the challenge is that in reality, one of the most deeply impacted individuals is the victim. But they're not technically, legally present in the courtroom in the same way. And I think that is a problem. I think it's a problem that we are wrestling with collectively throughout the entire justice system. But if there is one solution to that problem, it is certainly not to take supports away from victims of crime. Now, admittedly, I have strayed into debating another bill which is currently before the House, but I think that things are related. They're related in the sense that this, which provides basically 50 people a year, that their parole applications will go to a slightly different group of people than they otherwise would have gone to. Meanwhile, we see supports being cut directly for victims of crime. The changes in that bill exclude almost the vast majority of victims. That's a pretty big concern. We're also seeing a decrease in support for a number of victim-serving agencies. And I think one of the biggest things that we're seeing is that we've seen that they've pulled support. So one of the things with the Victims of Crime Fund was it was accumulating a surplus. The Auditor General asked about that surplus. He asked the ministry to go away and do a bunch of work on what the needs of victims were, how best to meet them. And we did that work. And we came up with a plan that rolled out. Now, some of the money was easy because we could get it to victim-serving agencies like police and community-based agencies immediately. Some of it was more challenging because we were setting up new units. And one of those units was modeled off the highly successful Homefront project in Calgary and would have served the rest of the province who doesn't have access to that program. That domestic violence model is, I think, second to none in the country, and it would have been great to extend that to all victims of domestic violence, but instead that has been taken away. That has been shelved so that the government can use that same money to pay for election promises that it made, and I think that's a huge issue. Sure, those things are important. They're absolutely important. We should find a way to fund them. I don't deny that for a second. I think that the problem is we shouldn't do it at the expense of victims, because they are often the forgotten element of the system, and they ought not to be. And I think that that is one of the fundamental challenges that our criminal justice system will wrestle with. And I think that supporting victims is a much better solution to that problem than what is being proposed in this bill, which, as I've said, is going to impact a very few numbers of people, and we don't even know exactly how it's going to impact them. Certainly the minister has implied that we're going to lock up everyone who steals a nail polish and throw away the key, but it's not totally clear to me that that's what's going to happen here. And again, I think, because my time is approaching an end, I think the most important commitment we need from the minister is Indigenous representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Others wishing to join debate, I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill 18, the Alberta Parole Board Act, and I'm particularly pleased to speak to it so shortly after my esteemed colleague, the member from Calgary Mountain View, of course with her extensive experience and knowledge, not just as a lawyer, but of course because she was the Minister of Justice for 4 years. And so her insight is particularly useful on this bill and how it fits in with essentially what is a package of legislation that is coming forward from the government. And I do believe it's important to see how these pieces connect, because I do think there are significant overlaps, as they were actually part of the government's overall crime reduction strategy as set out in their campaign. So it is part of an overall strategy, and I can see how that all goes together. And so I think it is important to see this legislation in the context of the commitments that have been made and the commitments that have not been followed through to some extent as well with respect to this government, and to see how it fits within that. So one of the things, the comments from my colleague from Calgary Mountain View, which she mentioned, which I have to admit stands out to me a little bit, because I do care a little bit about legislative drafting and how that, and the decision to move certain things from regulation into legislation. And of course, we know, and I know that this, Mr. Speaker, you're aware as well, given your background, that that the purpose of moving things or putting things into legislation versus regulation is really about process, democratic oversight, as well as whether or not there are certain provisions that we think may require amendment. And of course, as we know, it's not easy to bring legislation forward in this assembly. It takes quite some time, and you of course have to be government in order to do that. And you might be fitting in within a larger legislative agenda. And so it's hard, and it should be hard to change legislation, because it's meant to be predictable and to provide citizens a certainty about what their expectations are with respect to their conduct, their business, and all of that. So what's remarkable, though, here is that we also have a government who has very much campaigned, as in addition to reducing crime, they have campaigned significantly on the reduction of red tape. So it's interesting to me that they would, that the decision would be made to move a number of authorities from regulation, which quite frankly is easier and quicker to amend. It is usually more detailed oriented. We see with a number of boards and agencies that are established, the details of how that agency or board is comprised, the membership, quorum, all of those details usually fit quite well within regulation, because they are details. They're not the policy direction, they're not a greater scheme, they're really about the nitty-gritty mechanics of how the policy direction set out in legislation is actually put into effect. And so I note that, as my colleague mentioned, it's interesting because this is actually not, the concept of introducing an Alberta Parole Board is actually not new. In fact, that authority already very much existed and currently exists, because this bill, of course, has not passed yet, within the Corrections Act. And I note in particular, for example, that Section 24 of the existing Corrections Act sets out that the National Parole Board is hereby authorized to exercise in Alberta the jurisdiction described in Section 108 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Canada. And then Section 25 of the existing Corrections Act sets out the Lieutenant Governing Council may appoint a provincial parole board of not fewer than 3 nor more than 9 members. It proceeds to set out in some detail some of the regulation-making authorities that would establish essentially an Alberta parole board, but through regulation. And as my colleague noted, this Bill 18 that we're considering today actually goes through and basically repeals those provisions of the Corrections Act and moves what was already authority that was established to be fleshed out in regulation and moved it into the legislation. And really what we're seeing, the bulk of this Bill 18 is actually setting out the details of establishing that parole board, that Alberta parole board, which could have been done much more simply by regulation and could have been done and easily changed as amended as needed, because regulations can be more responsive. They are scheduled for regular review, unlike legislation, which continues on, and unless there is a defined period in the Act. Legislation continues on and remains in force until it is repealed. Regulations are actually subject to very regular review, which provides the opportunity for regular updates, consultation with stakeholders to see whether or not some of the mechanics are actually working to achieve the policy objectives set out in the legislation. So the decision to move it into legislation actually makes it much more cumbersome, and it's usually why governments, particularly those who are focused on red tape reduction, try to streamline legislation. They try to make it actually set out as a communication to stakeholders, to Albertans, about what are the policy objectives of this piece of legislation. So I actually worked for a number of progressive conservative governments when I was a public servant within Alberta Education, and that was always, I worked within legislative drafting at times, and that was always the direction. Was the governments at the time, the conservative governments at the time, wanted less in legislation because it was bulky, it was cumbersome, it was hard to change, it was not easily understood, and the context in which I did that in was actually the School Act, and I remember ministers, a number of ministers at the time, setting out, this legislation is simply too big and bulky. Albertans don't understand it. They don't understand what we're trying to achieve because it's got too much detail in it. And so I'm surprised to see this Conservative government, United Conservative government, choose to put more into legislation. And it actually leads me to the similar conclusion that my colleague, the member for Calgary Mountain View, set out, which is that this is really about show, because you don't get a lot of gold stars from your members and your donors for setting out regulations, for, I guess, passing policy documents. You set something out in your campaign platform and you want the shiny gold star for doing it, and so you have to put it into legislation. My concern about that, and it really should be the government's concern, it's not really my concern so much, is that that contradicts their own other campaign platforms about reducing red tape. So it's an interesting decision, I think, by this government to move that. But of course, they're trying to get the accolades and be able to do their check-marky thing of promise made, promise kept, and maybe there'll be a nice big cardboard sign that the Premier and the Minister of Justice can stand in front of. And we also know, as Albertans by now, we've been subject to this government for some time. We know the value of those big cardboard commitments that they make and those promises they make, and they're really the value of cardboard, because pretty much this government has set on fire most of those cardboard commitments so far. So, but if there's a photo op here for the minister, I suppose that's the bigger objective, rather than looking at whether or not this actually makes a difference with respect to reducing crime. Now, I appreciate the comments again from my colleague from Calgary Mountain View, who talked about that it's not enough to simply, I guess, establish a parole board for what has been identified and the minister has acknowledged is really about 50 individuals who are would be subject to the Alberta Parole Board, because, of course, the number of convictions or for sentences that are less than 2 years is smaller, that would be subject to parole. So really, this is not going to impact that many people, 50 people, but it is going to cost Alberta taxpayers $600,000. Now, I believe that this government has a very loose interpretation of how taxpayer dollars should be spent. They probably believe that that's an appropriate amount of money to spend, for example, for their party fundraisers and their social media trolls. That seems to be a good use of money. So I'm not sure that I trust that they have a good sense of what taxpayers are looking for. But $600,000 for 50 individuals who would be subject to it doesn't seem like a great investment of money. What is a good investment of money, and which we know research and evidence is very clear about, what actually reduces crime is an overall strategy that looks not just at the front end of the criminal justice system, doesn't look just at policing, it doesn't look just at prosecutors. Those are all important parts of the system, absolutely. And it doesn't look just at prisons. It doesn't look at all. It also looks at the investments we make into people who are likely to be more subject to the criminal justice system. It's about investments in things such as early childhood education. It's about investments in communities of color to make sure that there are full opportunities. It's investments in health, mental health, addictions, all of those pieces come together. But when we see this reduction of crime strategy, it's focused only, typically, I have to say, from a Conservative government, on that front end piece of the crime and justice, and not looking at the underlying supports that are necessary to actually reduce the number of people who are both perpetrators and victims of crime. And I note, by the way, that my colleague also mentioned affordable housing, which is also not only a key part of making sure that people, especially if we're talking about kind of property crime and that sort of thing, investments in affordable housing are an incredible way to actually reduce crime. It's also part of it would be tied very closely to other commitments that this government has set out in their platform, particularly with respect to things such as domestic violence and human trafficking. We repeatedly see that the government's response to these issues are on the crime and justice sort of spectrum of things, and not looking at the actual investments that make differences in people's lives. So when we talked about some of the good bills that we supported coming forward from the government, for example, Clare's Law, we talked about that's a great measure to take. We supported it. Similarly with the Human Trafficking Act, that's certainly, we need to address those issues, but they focus only on the criminal justice or the civil court side of things. It didn't really focus on what are the supports that we can provide to individuals to keep them out of the criminal justice system, and to actually ensure that everybody has the opportunity for full health, for housing, for education, and the things that actually we know by research make a difference in reducing criminality. And so that's what I feel is lacking significantly from this crime reduction strategy. And I also want to go back to one of my colleagues' comments with respect to membership on this board, because we are at a very pivotal crossroads time right now. Well, for many reasons right now. It's been quite a challenging and remarkable, in perhaps a negative way, year for not just Albertans and Canadians, but across the globe with the pandemic. But also right now, we would be remiss to stand here in this House and talk about changes to the criminal justice system without acknowledging the disproportionate impact of the criminal justice system, both in terms of victims and perpetrators of persons of color. And particularly in Alberta, the highly disproportionate representation of Indigenous persons in jails and prisons and in the criminal justice system. And we are having that conversation. We should be having that conversation all the time. And I think that's something we've talked about regularly already in this House. We've talked about this is something we should be addressing and should be part of and infused in all of our decision making. But we have this opportunity right now, and I look forward to further debate at further stages of this bill, where we're actually speaking about bills that directly affect our criminal justice system. And we have an opportunity here, and I hope it will be carried forward in some of the other legislation that's been brought forward. For example, the changes to the Victims of Crime Fund, which were set out in Bill 16, to really talk about race and the impact of the criminal justice system on persons of color. And I think, and I'm hoping when we get to the Committee of the Whole stage of this bill, that we can have a really fulsome, honest conversation about small changes that can be very meaningful. And I see, for example, that Section 27.2 and this is part of Section 4 of Bill 18, but it talks about Section 27.2 of the Corrections Act, and it talks about the membership of this Alberta Parole Board. And it says, this is all it says. I mean, it says a lot of other things about membership in terms of the term of office of a member, but the only thing it says about who can be a member of the Alberta Parole Board is that the Parole Board comprises such members appointed by the Lieutenant Governor and Council as the Lieutenant Governor and Council considers necessary. So, of course, that's essentially a cabinet order that would decide who is a member of the Alberta Parole Board. But this is where we have an opportunity to really signal the importance of representation of marginalized, isolated, victimized, overly represented populations in a concrete way. It's the kind of conversation that I hope that we're going to have regularly when we're talking about criminal justice matters, but particularly because of what's happening right now in the world. None of us are immune to those conversations. We know very much that there are issues associated with race with respect to our criminal justice system. And so I invite the members of both sides of this House to have a very honest, fulsome conversation about how we can make changes right now that signal that we recognize that and that is a matter that needs to be addressed. And part of that is going to be about membership of that parole board. And my colleague from Calgary Mountain View talked about Indigenous representation and Métis peoples, and I think that's a very important conversation that we should all partake in, and I look forward to it, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I would just remind all members of this House that to presume a decision of this House prior to that decision being made would be improper. So to say when we are going to be in committee of the whole, I think it would probably be more proper to say if and when or something to that effect. With that aside now, 29.2a is available to anyone who wishes to take the opportunity for questions and comments. See none. Are there any members wishing to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to Bill 18, Corrections, Alberta Parole Board Amendment Act. I think we can all agree here that one of the fundamental responsibility of a government is to ensure the safety and security of its citizens, enforce laws, and when people don't abide by those laws, they are guilty of breaching those laws, have a justice system in place which is fair, which is efficient, which is accountable, and is providing justice to Albertans in a timely manner. In setting up that system, or that system in general, has many different parts, and parole, which permits those who are incarcerated to be released earlier than their full term of incarceration on certain conditions, is also an important part of that. However, the way our justice system is set up, the criminal justice system, for the most part, is federal jurisdiction, and anyone who is incarcerated, convicted and incarcerated over 2 years will be in federal system, federal penitentiaries. So to be clear, that this bill will only apply to those who are serving a term of less than 2 years. That's what it relates to. And I think it's concerning that we are making change to our justice system and our Justice Minister gets up, and the best he has to say about the bill is that we want less Ottawa and more Alberta. Where they, I guess, just a few days ago applied for wage subsidy from Ottawa. There they didn't think that they want more Alberta. But here we are dealing with criminal justice system, dealing with an issue that will have impact for life, liberty, security of Albertans. I think we deserve a better explanation. Albertans deserve a better explanation than that, a better policy rationale than that why we are making this change. What are some of the issues that we are facing in the existing system that this bill will fix? We are still part of Canada. Many things we share as Canadian. I think Albertans deserve to know what are those overriding concerns that were raised by Albertans, that were raised by those who are dealing with these systems, raised by those who are in criminal justice system. So that we can understand the background to these changes. And as we heard from my colleague from MLA from Mountain View, that impacts 50 applications a year and costs governments $600,000. But again, more important is that parole board makes decisions that have bearing on liberty and security of individuals, their charter rights, those things. That's why it was necessary for the government to create this separate parole board. And absent that explanation, absent that rationale, I think we are left to speculate that government just want to be seen as doing something about justice system, about rural crimes, and about issues facing our municipalities. When we know that one of the things
interrupt you. I just want to remind all members of the House that should they wish to carry out conversations amongst themselves, there is the opportunity to do so in the lounges at both sides of the House. So if the honourable member for Calgary-McCall could please continue as you have the call in the House at this moment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping that you will interject because a member from St. Albert and a member from Fort McMurray were continuously talking while I was trying to make some comment on this bill. So I was talking about the impression that government is trying to give through this piece of legislation, even though if I talk about my own riding, if I talk about my own city, like in Northeast Calgary, we have seen issues, crime-related issues, and we brought those to the attention of Minister of Justice as well. And at a time when we were looking for more supports, at a time when Albertans were looking up to their government to put resources that are needed and necessary, provide for the safety and security of those Albertans, they made deep cuts to police budget in Calgary, almost $13 million. City of Calgary municipal leadership, civic leadership is on record. City of Calgary police chief is on record saying that they made cuts which will make these things even worse. So if they want to do something that will strengthen our criminal justice system, I think it has many different parts that government need to focus. And first and foremost, what's important that the law enforcement agencies across this province, they have the resources they need to do their job efficiently. And what we have seen from this government is that they have made deep cuts. They have made reckless cuts to the budgets of law enforcement across this province. Just Calgary alone, they made $13 million cuts to police budgets. Similarly, they are making smaller municipalities to pay for their policing costs. And just yesterday, we were talking about victim of crime fund legislation, where they're taking from those victims as well and trying to pay for the cuts they made to policing budgets. And saying that this piece of legislation somehow will fix issues that Albertans are facing across this province, in cities in northeast Calgary, in rural Alberta. I don't think that this bill will have any impact on those issues. And when we talk to our constituents about issues relating to their safety and security, like in February, I believe, I had an open house town hall in northeast Calgary. And there were many issues raised with respect to safety concerns, with respect to justice system concerns. But, Mr. Speaker, this was not one of them. And that's not the kind of action which will address any of those issues that were raised by my constituents, that are raised by Albertans, rural and urban. We certainly can talk about it, but I think even if we look at this piece of legislation, my colleague also talked about it, that if we just look at the issues in our parole system, in our criminal justice system, like there is enough evidence that Alberta has disproportionately high incarceration level of any jurisdiction in Canada of Indigenous communities. And we want, separate from Canada, and have our own parole board. If we are doing that, we should do it right. We should talk to law enforcement agencies. we should talk to Albertans. We should talk to Indigenous communities and see what issues are there that we can address and make this a better legislation, make this work better for Albertans. In the way this board is set up, all it says that governor and council may appoint board members, but it doesn't say anything about representation. So if government really wants to improve justice system, which I believe they do, they should consider writing it in the legislation that there will be representation from Indigenous communities, from racialized communities. That will send a clear message that this government is considering to address the issue of overrepresentation of Indigenous communities in our justice system. But that's not what we heard, and that's not what's included in this piece of legislation. And if we want to have an effective parole system, there are other issues that must be addressed as well. Alberta also has one of the lowest rate of legal aid in the country. And I'm proud to say that when we were in government, we made changes to legal aid, and we added money to legal aid to ensure that people can access justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. 29-2A is available. Should anybody wish to make comments or questions, I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was enthralled by the comments shared by the member from Calgary-McCall, and he himself being from a cultural community. I was hoping that he could expand a little bit more based on his insights, but specifically being a lawyer himself, having a past in understanding the criminal justice system, but also from that perspective, if you could continue, I'd really enjoy that. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Member, for the question. And Member is quite right. I do come from the cultural community, the word my colleague used, and also represent a constituency that is predominantly comprised of cultural communities, people of many different cultural faith backgrounds, people of many different talents, people coming from many different parts of the world. And they may have different perception of justice system, or they may come from different kind of justice system. And also, when I was practicing law, I practiced indigenous law. So I have had the opportunity to work closely with indigenous communities, indigenous band. And even though we were practicing land title claims, indigenous right claims, but there will often be opportunities to learn about their experience with justice system and their desire to work with justice system, work with government to make things better for their communities. And when we talk about parole board, and if it's the intention of the government to have an Alberta parole board in place, which can take into account factors, which can take into account the context that is unique and specific to Alberta, I think it's important that government should state that in this legislation, that in changing parole boards, in changing it to make Alberta's own parole board, they will take into account issues facing cultural communities, issues facing indigenous communities. Alberta has 20+% of those cultural communities are first-generation immigrant communities, and around 10% or so of indigenous communities, but indigenous communities are way overrepresented in the justice system. So I think it will be helpful, it will send clear message that the government wants to address issues facing our justice system. Government wants to work with all communities, and government wants to give representation on decision-making table to those who have been disadvantaged, who have been sidelined, who have not been part of these decision-making tables. And again, these are important decisions. These are decisions that relate to their safety, security, liberty, important decisions. So it's critical that those who are impacted by this system the most have representation, have ability to be part of those decisions.
Thank you, honorable members. Members wishing to join debate, I see the honorable member for Edmonton Riverview has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and join the debate on Bill 18, Corrections Alberta Parole Board Amendment Act 2020. And certainly I've appreciated hearing from my colleagues here on this side of the aisle talk at length about this bill and certainly some of the concerns that it presents. And certainly this bill was just tabled yesterday. And we understand from what has been shared already and the bill itself that this gives authority for the provincial government to create its own parole board, and so an independent board from the federal board, which is what we have currently in place. And I understand that the timeline for the creation of this Alberta Parole Board is January 2021. And of course, it is just the jurisdiction of provincial people who are charged under provincial law. So these are all sentences less than 2 years. And it hears applications for provincial inmates regarding their release. And we also know that the creation of this board that this bill identifies will be, there'll be an annual budget of about $600,000. And approximately about 50 applications had been approved, I guess, in the last time they measured that. So it's not for a huge number of inmates requesting release, but 50 had been successful in that approval rate previously. And certainly what we're hearing, the Premier himself said this parallel provincial system will be fairer, faster, and more efficient. And no one would argue with any of those things, if indeed that comes to fruition. And I think the key purpose of this bill, according to the government, is really to reduce rural crime. And that is why they have brought it forward. And certainly it's not a surprise. It is something that they had in their platform, so we did know about this. However, it is questionable about whether it actually will fulfill on the goal of the legislation, which is reducing rural crime. And this isn't an extraordinary activity in Canada to have a parallel board with the federal board. And we know that Ontario and Quebec also have provincial parole boards. So it's not something that is, unique to Alberta. These other larger provinces have also created this parallel board. But I guess my question, I'm going to keep coming back to it, is just what would most effectively reduce rural crime? And I think that certainly not a member of this assembly would not want to do that, want to make sure that crime is reduced in our province. And so, of course, one of the provisions that will be possible for this government is that they can actually choose the members of the parole board. And this is cited as reasons that it'll be more effective than the federal, because they're feeling the representation is, as chosen by the federal government, is not understanding, what happens in Alberta, the lay of the land. People who don't understand, people in rural Alberta don't understand the issues in rural Alberta. So that's why they want to create this board, so that they can choose the people who will be on it. And in the hopes of reducing rural crime, they'll be choosing people who have concern about that, perhaps come from rural Alberta, understand the issues that are there. And so we know that in any kind of social policy development or social policy implementation or public policy in general, having people involved who have the lived experience, who live in those rural communities, who understand what's going on, is a very good step. So I must say that I agree with that. Certainly when I was teaching at the university social policy courses, that was sort of a key component. You have people with a lived experience. If you're doing, a program about income support, then you have people with that lived experience. People who have been on income support should be sitting around the table making those decisions about the policy development and implementation. People who are making policies about intimate partner violence, then you should have survivors of violence at that table. So certainly I'm completely in support of having people who are directly impacted, live in those communities as part of it. I guess I just want to make sure that the government is also thinking about a diversity of representation, so that we're making sure that various groups are part of that. And certainly, it is very clear to all of us, having, as many of you I'm sure have done also, watched the horrific situation in the U.S. with the tragic death of African-American citizen at the hands of a police officer. And so it's so important that people with a diverse representation are part of that. So people from the Indigenous community need to be part of that committee, whether they be First Nation or Métis. Albertans of color. We need to look at gender, so people from the LGBTQ community, women. So not only having people from rural Alberta, but a diversity of people from rural Alberta needs to be considered by this government. So I would just present that to the government to think about, as they will have the lived experience and the understanding of the challenges maybe that are in the way, the concerns, how do we address these issues. But I guess I want to, go a little bit beyond just the creation of this parole board as a way to actually address the concerns about rural crime. What causes crime? We know that crime is really, there's sort of umbrella terms, I guess, to talk about what different things all, how can I say this? That there's a certain groupings of ideas about what causes crime. So there's 3 that are identified. One is economic factors. So people who are living in poverty, people who lack educational opportunities, they lack meaningful work. These are all stressful, difficult situations for citizens, and that can put them at risk of crime. We also know that social environment also impacts increasing levels of crime, depending on what kind of social environment you have. And family structures, that's a third sort of concept that also needs to be looked at in terms of looking at the root causes of crime. So although, this bill believes that it's going to reduce rural crime by having local appointees of this government make decisions about whether someone is granted parole or not, I think that's kind of a grand proclamation. I think it's perhaps going too far. I think there's much more effective ways of reducing crime in Alberta, and they have a lot to do with those 3 sort of umbrella concepts that I just mentioned. And so I feel like the government is kind of, if they really were sincere about wanting to reduce rural crime, they'd be looking at those root causes. And I must say that it seems like one hand is doing one thing and another hand is doing another. And so if I just can go into a little more detail about sort of the very fundamental things that really create an increase in crime in a society, we'll see that some of the things that this UCP government is doing is actually exacerbating the situation to increase crime. And I don't think they want to do that. But I think, they need to look more deeply at what are the root causes of crime. So we know that economic factors are a big part of it. So we know if people lack financial resources, they lack educational opportunities. Sometimes that's very linked, of course, to financial resources. They lack the meaningful employment opportunities. Of course, obviously right now we're in a really difficult time with COVID-19. But even before that, our major industry in our province was in a tailspin. It was and is a very difficult time. And certainly, many people in rural Alberta worked in the oil and gas industry. And certainly having grown up in a small town in the Peace River country, I know a lot of people in the summer, they had farms and they, plowed the land. And in the winter, they worked in the rigs. And they just that's how they made their living, had to sort of work 2 jobs just to sort of make it. And I think most wanted to be on the farm, but just couldn't make enough money. And so I grew up in that, environment where people depended so heavily on that. And so certainly out of high school, even without high school, many people would get really excellent jobs in the oil and gas industry and make significant dollars. But that has gone away now. And those people aren't having that choice anymore. With the plummeting of the world price of oil, that's created such havoc that, of course, a lot of people who would get those jobs aren't able to anymore. And of course, that's causing them extreme stress, financial hardship, and all sorts of difficulties. So economic factors are so key, and so that's why it's really important to, certainly during COVID and regular times, having robust public programs, economic support systems, having a government that invests in job creation so that people are supported even when those jobs aren't there in the private industry, because sometimes they're not. And we need to have, people have that meaningful work that is paid well enough so that they can care for themselves and their families. Another key issue that does create sort of higher risk for crime is the social environment. So one of the social root causes of crime is inequality. So if we have a society that has, income and social inequality, that society has higher levels of crime. And we know Alberta has the greatest income disparity of any province in Canada. Certainly there's people who are doing very, very well, but there's others who are doing poorly. So that income disparity creates tremendous inequality. So there's people who have, great abundance, and there's others who don't. And this inequality also is a significant cause of poverty. Also about the social environment, the lack of support for families and neighborhoods, inaccessibility to services, sometimes lack of leadership in communities to support that community, and sometimes low value placed on individual well-being. These all sort of create a storm, or perfect storm of being at higher risk for crime in the social environment. And so that's why it's so important to make sure we have an inclusive society, that all people, all are citizens, and all are supported. And that's why, for example, this week, it's, Pride Week, Pride Month. And so we celebrate people of the LGBTQ community and support them to be included in our society so that they feel very much part of.
Thank you, honourable members. 29.2A is available, and the individual who caught my eye was the member for Lac St. Anne Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be back here again. I think we're one of the first legislatures actually in Canada to be full functional. And I guess at that point, what it means and what we've seen here is game on. We've seen a lot of partisan politics taking place. I made a speech a while back about keeping our sticks on the ice and our gloves on. But honestly, Mr. Speaker, at this point, I'm about to drop the gloves. I've heard lots and lots of information coming from the other side. The one that was most recent here was the member from Riverview giving us a lecture on some of the items that root cause for issues for crime. Now, the interesting part, the number one that she regaled about was the economy.
This opportunity to remind all members of this House to ensure that their comments that they make throughout the cut and thrust of debate goes through the Speaker in order to depersonalize certain aspects of that. If the honourable member could please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess a little bit rusty here, so thanks for letting me get back to that. So the economy was the biggest thing. So we're talking about disparaging the economy. Holy crow, all of a sudden they're proponents of pipeline industry, they're proponents of the energy sector, and if it wasn't too long ago, they were the ones out standing up front holding up protest signs. The former premier of this province actually told the pencils down, quote unquote, on the Keystone XL project. Oh, in my area, well, they gassed the coal miners, literally at this point. They shut down the coal mines, a rapid acceleration of that. Yeah, you want to see economic impacts? That's what's causing a lot of this root crime. Now, you know, I get out a little bit. I get a call from the Chinatown community to come down and talk to them because they find that a UCP MLA who's rural actually will listen more than their own MLAs that represent them in that area. So when I'm going down to that area, they're talking about the economy. There's a massive crime taking place. One of the other root-lying causes that we've seen here is, well, the safe injection sites and the harm reduction sites. Do you realize that within stone's throw distance, that city center downtown, all three, in a 1 million-person population, all of those facilities were put in that one place. Those folks from the Chinatown community were steamrolled over top of that. They had a 4,000-person petition they put in place, fell on deaf ears. It's not just rural crime we're talking about. So I don't know, maybe we can put one of those, let's put one of those facilities out in Strathcona. And then I want to see in Strathcona, the MLA from Strathcona, maybe she'd like one of those in her backyard. And then her constituents can come talk to her about crime, issues, impact statements, and how good that harm reduction works. Remember Riverview? She seems to be from the social side of things. She was a social worker in a prior life. Fantastic. Let's throw one over in your area. And then you can talk to me about how it's impacting your community. You can tell me about the disparity. When you start putting those things in your own backyard, then you can start dealing with it. So what our minister has been up to is literally trying to clean up the mess. They go and pull levers on the economy, they do all those things, and they don't realize it takes a while to turn it around. They cause this problem and sit there from this, I don't know, level of platitude and stand up there and profess to know all this stuff. They take no accountability nor responsibility for their actions. None, Mr. Speaker. So then we're sitting here trying to clean up this blessed mess, dealing with all the COVID items, and the best they have to offer us is lecture on the economy. This is the same group that was going to dump $4.5 billion into some little kid's train set that they never should have touched in the first place. And then they're talking about the XL project. That's the one they tried to tank. Yeah, there's issues here. Economic-driven issues from the folks next door that couldn't run a lemonade stand if their life depended on it, and now they're going to tell us how to clean up the crime issues. Well, we are, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very proud of this government for what they're doing. I'm very proud of the minister of putting items in place. But the other one here that just got me, now you're starting to threaten seniors again, twisting words, coming out of this pandemic. Unreal. So I guess the gloves are off, Mr. Speaker. I guess now we're going to get back to the partisan stuff or slanting truths or visiting history in a different light. Why don't we get off the bench, stop that little childish behavior again, get back to work? Why don't you support the items that we're trying to do? Everyone can have different perspectives, but we're trying to clean up this mess. And Minister, please keep it up. I'm going to cede time back to them because I actually want to hear their response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see the honourable member for Edmonton Ellerslie has risen with about 40 seconds.
Yes, I want to just say thank you to all the members of the House. And I can understand that in debate in this House, we can get frustrated, especially when people do not agree with our point of view. But that doesn't mean that we need to go to the extent where we're threatening and saying that the gloves are coming off. Like, I know that the member's not being literal. I understand that. But I don't believe that it contributes to a healthy debate within this House, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to ask us all to just stay calm. Let's keep debating. Thank you.
Honourable members, we are back to debating second reading of Bill 18, Corrections Alberta Parole Board Amendment Act 2020, and I see the honourable member for Edmonton South has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in this place and debate this bill today.
To interrupt the honourable member, for your information, we will be restarting the clock for you as well. I would just remind all members that if they do want to have conversations when the call is not theirs, especially when they're going to do so from one side of the House to the other, that they perhaps take those conversations outside of the House. If the honourable member for Edmonton South could please continue, and a reminder that you will have the full 15 minutes plus the 29(2)A should that become partially or pretty much all available to you. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in this place and debate Bill 18, the Alberta Parole Board Act. And I think that there's been some very impassioned voices from both sides of the House today around this bill, because we're talking about issues that affect many families across this entire province, and we're talking about issues that have far-ranging impacts into our communities as well. And I think it's important to understand that when we talk about this bill, that the opposition here is trying to understand how this bill will operate, how this bill will have positive impacts on the community, and indeed, if it may have adverse impacts that were not accounted for. I don't think we need to stoop to schoolyard bullying, Mr. Speaker, but I think we have some legitimate questions that we'd like to see some answers to. I think that when we talk about this bill, we are concerned that without actual proper resourcing to support parolees and to have actual investments to prevent things like reoffending and supporting community integration, that we may actually see adverse effects that will be negative overall for our systems, that will be negative overall for our communities. And we can talk about how we intend to address these issues, and I hope the minister gets up and has the opportunity to discuss some of the finer points of that as we move forward, or perhaps other members of the government caucus can speak to why they think that this system that they're proposing, this system that it appears that many of the government caucus members, if not all of the government caucus members, are supporting, why they personally believe that this will have positive effects in their communities. I hope that we can hear from that. I admit that I was a little bit disappointed when I heard the member from Lac St. Anne Parkland, instead of speaking to the actual issues in the bill and the clauses and the actual policy that was being proposed, he spoke instead and made attacks on other types of issues that really don't have anything to do with the bill in front of us. And I hope that we won't be seeing more of that from members opposite in the government caucus here. I mean, it's pretty clear that we have very passionate members on both sides of this House around the issues of things like rural crime and rural policing. And it's very clear that these issues will affect many communities, if not every community, right? So it's very clear that when we talk about these issues, we understand that they depend on supports, they depend on actual investment, they depend on making sure that we're not just downloading the cost of these programs onto municipalities. They depend on making sure that we support them and fully fund them in ways that will be able to have positive impacts. And that's why I'm concerned that when we look at bills like this, when we look at the stated goals of the Justice Minister, when we look at the stated goals of this bill, that it doesn't usually come with any sort of support. It doesn't come with any sort of programming. It doesn't come with anything. And I mean, when you look at some of these branches that have been rebranded, existing peace officers from Fish and Wildlife Enforcement, from Commercial Vehicle Enforcement, and the Sheriff's Branch, we can look at these branches and say that their budgets were actually cut in this most recent budget, right? So when we look at the budget cuts to police funding and to these peace officer funding to below 2018 levels at this point, Mr. Speaker, when we look at these significant cuts, it raises the question of, are we actually being serious? Is the government actually seriously trying to address this issue? And I think it becomes pretty clear that they are not actually taking this seriously, because they aren't willing to put the work in. They aren't willing to actually go in and say these services will require money. That things actually, if we want to accomplish our goals, cost money. And the government isn't serious about that. The government, it looks like they're trying to do platitudes here, and it doesn't look like they've actually looked at the longer term impacts. I mean, I think some of my colleagues already mentioned here that we'd be interested in seeing some economic impact studies and what the economic impacts of this may be, who perhaps was consulted with, and what was learned in the consultations. I hope the minister would be able to speak to that at some time in the future here. And I think it's really important that when we talk about these programs, we understand that we're creating a duplication of effort, right? This very bill, Bill 18, the Alberta Parole Board Act, will actually create a duplication of effort. Right now, currently, of course, this program is run through the Canadian Parole Board, Canada Parole Board, and so what is the value for money, right? What is, I believe the number I saw was that it's going to cost somewhere in the, $600,000 for the creation of this board. right? So $600,000 to create this board that this bill is going to cost Albertans, $600,000 that won't be going to frontline services, $600,000 that won't be going to hiring more peace officers or police officers, $600,000 that municipalities won't see after the cost of new police officers was downloaded to them, Mr. Speaker. So we're talking about not insignificant sums of money. We're talking about real money that there hasn't been an assessment, or we haven't seen an assessment of. This House cannot make an accurate judgment of what will actually be effective in terms of the stated goals. We don't know what the remuneration will be paid to board members, what type of benefits board members will receive. We don't know any of these details. So what will the board application even look like? Who would be qualified to sit on this board? We don't know any of these details, Mr. Speaker. And when we consider these basically lack of details in this bill, the lack of ability for members of this House to make an accurate assessment of whether an Alberta Parole Board would actually benefit and have positive impacts other than duplication of effort, it becomes really hard to speak cohesively, because this government is not providing that information to this House. This government is not doing the work to try and convince Albertans, try to convince this Assembly, and try to convince every single elected member in this place that there is going to be value for money. Right, because that is going to be the really core question. What additional value does this bill bring to Albertans? What does this bill do that will help decrease rural crime? What does this bill do that will cost the government of Alberta less money? Right? All we know is it's going to cost approximately $600,000. We don't know whether that will actually have any real return. We don't even know for some of these, for this board, if they're going to be paying the board members and how much. I mean, I'd like to know why they're also asking for a quorum on the board of 5 people for a parole board like this. They only have a quorum of 2. I mean, those are some very important questions that Albertans will want answered before we move forward with this bill. I think they're really important questions that if we don't get answered, that if we do move to our committee stage, we'll want to have some more updates on that as well. I think it's really important that when we look at these types of boards and these boards being created, when we look at significant investments of money, significant sums of money being spent on these redundant systems, or ostensibly redundant systems, Mr. Speaker, I don't know. The government hasn't attempted to convince us otherwise yet. I hope they will at some point here. I think that it's going to be important to be able to have all that information. I mean, what is the Alberta Parole Board going to bring to the table even? Or are there going to be additional conditions that the Alberta Parole Board will put in terms of things like granting parole? I think that's a very important question that every single member of this Assembly should be asking, because if indeed the government is so convinced that there should be less Ottawa and more Alberta, and that an Alberta Parole Board will bring this great value, and Mr. Speaker, I would suggest they didn't think that when they took the federal wage subsidy. If the government does think that in this case, perhaps they should actually come out and say why. They should explain why their bill is important and explain why their bill is going to be effective. Because when they speak about things like reoffending rates, what stats are available for the reoffending rates of parolees who have been sentenced for less than 2 years? Because I think that's going to be very important for us as we move forward. And I think it's important when we look at this, and government members, I think the member for Lac-Saint-Anne Park got up earlier and said he was talking about how rural crime and inner city crime and all these things, he doesn't actually explain to the House, and the government has failed to explain to the House, I think, Mr. Speaker, so far, that how the Alberta Parole Board, in spending $600,000 on duplicating a federal program, on creating this redundancy of spending Alberta taxpayer money on a system that already exists and saying, well, we're better and we're just going to do it because. Mr. Speaker, I think what the disconnect for me here, and I think many of my colleagues here in the opposition is going to be how does this actually effectively reduce those crime rates? Right, whether it's rural crime, inner city crime, or suburban crime like in my area, Mr. Speaker, what actual effects will this have on that? Right? So what outcomes are you expecting? Who has the minister consulted with? What professionals has the minister consulted with that can explain, or could the minister explain, how this will have positive effects for Albertans? How this will actually make a difference for Albertans? Right? Is this just an exercise where the minister wants to go and spend $600,000 to create his own little board, to have some people to talk to, Mr. Speaker? Or is it actually a program that's going to actually have outcomes that will be positive for people who are who are victims of crime or people who are perpetrators and are trying to move forward through the justice system. For all of the people involved in our justice system and for all of the people involved in our judiciary, we need to understand what the actual goals and outcomes are going to be. And I think the minister needs to stand in this place and he needs to explain that, because when we talk about the Alberta Parole Board, this was in the government platform. I understand that the government platform included this as part of their rural crime strategy, I believe, and it was one of the initiatives they had to tackle these growing areas of crime. Right, and that's great. The government wants to address crime. I think that's a very noble goal, Mr. Speaker. But if the government can't even explain how or why this helps address crime, I think it speaks to the lack of research this government repeatedly puts into their bills. That this government is not willing to go out and do a consultation and actually talk to the experts and say what is happening, how will this have impacts, who will this impact, and what will the effects be. I think it's pretty clear that this government hasn't done the homework. I think it's pretty clear that this government isn't able to provide those answers. We've seen a couple government members get up in this place and instead of actually addressing any of the questions, I know we've listed quite a long list of questions here that the government will have the opportunity to go back through Hansard or the Blues later, Mr. Speaker, and look at those questions in writing if they can bring them back to this place. If we continue debating this for some time, Mr. Speaker. But I think it's pretty clear that the government at this time isn't able to answer almost any of those questions, because the government members that have gotten up in this place, instead of actually trying to engage in the debate, instead of trying to engage in the actual policy points, instead of actually trying to engage in the understanding of how this bill will affect their constituents, has gotten up and either voiced platitudes or personal attacks on members of the opposition. And I think that's something that's quite disappointing. I think it's something that we see as a habit from this government, that they are prepared to push forward their bills without proper debate. They're prepared to push forward with their bills like this without actually speaking to the policy points, without actually speaking to the questions that this opposition has. And I remind you, Mr. Speaker, that we are all sent here to ask those questions. That private members of this House, whether you were in the government or opposition caucuses, are sent here to ask difficult questions and say, what value am I getting from my constituents? When the government asks to spend $600,000 of my constituents' money, I would like to know what value they're offering, right? I think that's a very fair question that every single private member in this place should have. I think it's a very fair question to say, how will this actually reduce rural, urban, suburban, inner city crime, all these types of crime? What are the actual outcomes that an Alberta-based parole board will have that the Canada Parole Board did not already have? Right, because we know this program already exists. It's been operating for many, many years here, the Canada Parole Board, and it has been doing its job, Mr. Speaker. The government has not suggested that the Canada Parole Board was unable to fulfill their duties in this way and was insufficient in this way. So what has changed now that Alberta Parole Board will do differently? What is going to create these suddenly new outcomes? Is it going to be things like different criteria for parole? Is it going to be things like targeting different reoffend rates? Is it going to be things like trying to have different programming associated with parolees? We don't know. And the government isn't willing to actually have those conversations and answer those questions. I think it's important when we talk about these issues, when we talk about these complex justice issues that are going to have impacts in every single one of our communities, that we can understand before we vote on this legislation. Before we vote forward this legislation, we should have the ability to understand what are the actual intents. Because without knowing who's going to be on the board, why the board is structured the way it is, without knowing how much the board is going to be paid, without knowing what criteria the board will be using, without knowing any of these things, it becomes very hard to make a values judgment of whether this board will actually accomplish more and will get us a better return on our money than the Canada Parole Board did, right? And this government, for a government that introduced its own Minister of Red Tape Reduction, for a government that actually touts so heavily that they want to increase the efficiency of government, it seems like it's actually introducing inefficiencies. If they can't explain how this is not creating redundant services, we need to have a real conversation about what is the intent, what is the goal, what is the purpose, right? Because every single piece of legislation we bring to this place, especially in this case, it's going to cost us $600,000, right? It's going to cost us real money. It's going to cost Albertans real money, and this government hasn't provided any examples of why it will reduce crime, hasn't provided any examples of how it will affect parolees, hasn't provided any examples of who they've consulted with and how they determined that this was actually a good idea, hasn't provided any examples of how it would differ from the existing programs that are currently operating. And in that case, Mr. Speaker, it becomes very difficult to move forward with this legislation for the opposition, because until those questions are answered, until we can understand what the actual outcomes are going to be, until we understand what the economic impacts will be, until we understand who this government talked to, what the police services think, what the judiciary thinks, what the prosecutors and the defense attorneys think, Mr. Speaker, until we can understand if the government did any of those consultations, it seems like the government hasn't done their homework.
Thank you, honourable members. 29-2A is available, and the honourable member that caught my eye is the honourable member for Edmonton Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not exactly in the same chair that I usually am, so I can see the confusion. I was curious on a couple of issues that the honourable member had touched on, but perhaps could elaborate to some degree. The first one is concerning the parole board composition and the people that would be taking those positions. And I think, especially considering in the light of concerns around diversity in our communities, I think in regards to how this issue has been top of mind for everyone really here in North America and around the world over the last short while. You know, to suggest that we don't have work to do around diversity and the recognition of diversity, and to be seen to have those positions of authority taken by different cultural groups, that this Alberta Parole Board Act, I think, provides a good opportunity for us to show and demonstrate diversity in positions of authority in the province of Alberta, and with a parole board. And so, I mean, I have a number of questions around this whole Alberta Parole Board Act that I will, elucidate on in the next opportunity when I do have. So, but I'm just curious if the honourable member could perhaps talk about that a little bit. I know that he represents quite a diverse community in suburban Edmonton, and I think he would have something that could be useful to talk about that. And the other issue that I, again, just to be brief, is around the $600,000 that it's estimated to cost to build this. And when I heard the CBC interview, the initial interview with the Justice Minister introducing this bill to the public, it was suggested that maybe only 50 people would be typically accessing this board. And, 50 people for $600,000, I know I'm not super good at math, but that's like $12,000 per case, right? And so, I mean, again, I don't know a whole lot about parole boards and parole board hearings and the process and the cost, but, just doing that simple math of $12,000 per case, that, I would just like to highlight that, and if the member could elucidate on that as well, please. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton South with about 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yeah, I think that's a really important question from my colleague from Edmonton Northwest here when he speaks about the composition of the board, because I spent quite a bit of time in the last term, Mr. Speaker, and I continue to spend quite a bit of time speaking to groups who are adversely affected by many inner city problems here in Edmonton, particularly in the Chinatown area, and where I've worked with many of my stakeholders and my friends and my colleagues as well. And when we talk about these issues, we know that the Federal Parole Board is required to have a diversity aspect to the composition of those members, right? That they are required to actually reflect the diversity here in Canada. And what is not shown in this bill, and perhaps the minister would like to speak to some of that, is that there is no diversity requirement for the Alberta Parole Board, right? So that means that if we're talking about issues in Chinatown, for example, that there would be no representation required for people from the Chinese community, or there'd be no representation required for people from the Indigenous community. There'd be no representation required from any of the minority communities because this legislation just doesn't speak to it. right? It's this lack of understanding, it's this lack of actual consultation with the communities, it's this lack of engagement with the actual communities affected that I think are going to be the hiccups in this bill, that are going to really cause the problems with this bill. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is so important that we talk about anti-racism and we talk about things like the Alberta Parole Board and moving forward with this legislation, that it addresses those issues. Because especially as we look globally right now, we look at a global perspective, Mr. Speaker, it is becoming more and more clear that we need to have real conversations about how racism affects our communities, that we need to have real conversations about how we can fight racism right here at home as well as abroad, Mr. Speaker. And you don't do that by cutting anti-racism grants, and you certainly don't do that by creating redundant systems that will no longer reflect the diversity of Albertans and Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And it appears that it doesn't, the government just hasn't really thought about that and hasn't thought about how that will have impacts.
Thank you, honourable members. To join debate, I see the honourable member for Edmonton Northwest has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to take some minutes to speak to Bill 18, Alberta Parole Board Act, here in second reading this afternoon. And I think that many of the points taken and made by other members of the official opposition caucus, I share some concerns as well. I mean, I certainly do support the notion that we always will endeavor as a legislative body to make this province safer and secure. I think those are sort of the foundational elements of what governance is, right? To provide that security and safety and surety around safety and security to the population. I mean, that's a foundation to which all societies and governments must be responsible to, right? And so when we are looking at making modifications to the justice system, we keep that in the back of our minds, but we also must make sure that the administration of justice is just that it's just and it's timely and that it's providing the due process that all Canadians are entitled to. And so I know, again, I confessed my relative ignorance of the parole system and how it does operate. I know that there are some other jurisdictions that do run some level of provincial parole boards in concurrence or working together with the national parole board system, and I know that in building legislation, it's always a good idea to look for best practices from other jurisdictions to make sure that you can learn from their experience to make something that will work here in Alberta. And so to what degree, I would, again, I'm going to just probably ask a series of questions here, open-ended questions, because in second reading, we want to try to get a scope of where and what the legislation will do. And we can see clarity from the minister or from his staff to ensure that we have a full understanding of what we're voting for. And so my first question is whether or not the ministry and the minister and his department did cross-jurisdictional study to see what is happening in other places. I know that both Ontario and Quebec, I think, have some facsimile of a provincial board. I mean, again, I would like to know more about that and to see how those do function in symmetry and working together with the National Parole Board. Because I think, we want to make sure that if we are introducing something like a Alberta Provincial Parole Board, that we are working in harmony and using the resources prudently with the national board too, right? We can't just presume we're building one for the other. And in fact, the scope of this one, as it's outlined in Bill 18, would suggest that we're only talking about people that have been sentenced to less than 2 years for an infraction, I believe, right? So of course you have to naturally work with the federal criminal code and the federal parole board still, because there's many people that will be in a situation that would exceed 2 years of a sentence, for example. So that's one thing I wanted to ask about for sure. And again, as I sort of pointed out very quickly in the 29-2A from the previous speaker, is that, when the question was asked from the minister when he was briefing the media on this bill, that they would said that there maybe 50 people that would be in a category that would be accessing this in this year, and and I just thought to myself, 50 people for $600,000. I mean, it just didn't seem. Maybe that's how much parole procedures cost. I don't know, but if perhaps we could have an answer from the minister and the ministry if this is actually good value for money, and what the cost of other parole procedures might be, just by way of comparison. Again, I also just wanted to express my concern around the composition of such a board. I think it's very important for us to not just be conscious of diversity, but to be demonstrating an active commitment to diversity here in the province of Alberta when we do agencies, boards, and commissions, to make sure that people can see themselves reflected in agencies, boards, commissions, and indeed all levels of governance and so forth here in the province of Alberta, so that let's say young people or people of all ages can see demonstrably that their culture, their place in our society is reflected in appointments. I think that's absolutely a necessity in this day and age. Never always has been, but I think now more than ever we can all see the importance for us to act on building a more just and equitable society. And part of that is to have a reflection of the composition of our society in the positions of authority in which we function here in the province of Alberta. So I think that again, that's an area that we need to do. I mean, we need to know that when we're talking about moving some level or degree of power from a federal system to the province, that we're doing it to solve the problem or to solve the issue or the challenge for which that thing is designed. And so in this case, it's parole. And if we want to build something that is more smoothly functioning, that is more just, that is more equitable, that does execute justice with all of those values, and to make it function in a timely manner, then those are all good things. And I just want to know with some clarity that that's exactly what we're doing here with this Bill 18. It's not just a rhetorical device. I think I heard the minister talk about less Ottawa, more Alberta many times in the last 24 hours in regards to this bill, which is a fine slogan, but is that an extension of the proper administration of justice? I don't know. I mean, I would like to see clarification on that as well. I mean, if you want to talk about less Ottawa, more Alberta, right, that's all fine and dandy, but then you have to have that demonstrated in your actions, Mr. Speaker. You can't just say those things and then, serve money for your political party and all of that kind of thing, right? I mean, people are smart in Alberta, and hypocrisy is something that we're all very sensitive towards, and so, just make sure you're careful what you say and what you do line up somehow, because people are listening and they do make those evaluations. So just some specific questions that I had around Bill 18. I just wanted to know, again, I think many people have asked, but I'll ask again. I'm just curious to know who they have consulted with in regards to Bill 18, and what was the results of that consultation. I think that that is just basic practice in modern governance, and to not just say that you consulted, but to demonstrate that information that you did, ascertain from that consultation, and then how you applied it to the law, or the bill that you're potentially bringing forward. I'm curious to know as well, in terms of these number of applications under 2 years and under the parameter that are received each year. I know that I got that one answer from the the presser from yesterday or the day before, and I was kind of surprised to hear how few people were actually maybe impacted by this thing, and I just want to know more about that. I'm curious why you've made choices around quorum for this bill, only having a board of 5 and then quorum at 2. I mean, it just seems, my experience of building and administering agencies, boards, and commissions, it seems like an extraordinary number, and so perhaps there's a normal explanation for that, but I'd certainly like to hear what that is. I'm curious to know what sort of pay that the board members would be receiving, and how would that compare to the National Parole Board compensation that takes place. Like to know what are the conditions or the parameters around granting parole from this body if it does come into being. And I'm curious to know if the intention is to focus on particular types of crime. Again, perhaps demonstrating my lack of understanding of parole and how it comes forward, but are you focusing on particular types of crime and so forth, and things like that. We know that like I said from the beginning of my remarks, that our job number 1 as a government is to provide the safety and security of individuals. Are we fulfilling that or strengthening that through Bill 18? Or are we sort of bleeding off into other areas that I think still need to be talked about, right? Like hiring more officers, right? Police officers, hiring more prosecution. I think that's a big problem here in the province of Alberta. And, I know we had the government talking a big talk about that, but, have we and are we hiring more prosecutors in this province? And is it going to allow for the more timely execution of justice in our province? I mean, perhaps building capacity in the parole boards in the province might be able to do that. But if you're going to do something like this, you should probably have a measurement of a projection of how you might. Are you going to speed up the court process by doing this, or are you going to perhaps review more cases and so forth. So I would like to know more about all of those things before I could make an accurate decision about this budget or this this particular bill. I'm curious as well, like in terms of the victims portal that they have here in the province of Alberta now. Is that going to be changed somehow? Because the victim portal does not replace the existing process of notifying victims by mail or by, it's another way to access information. And I'm just curious to know if that's is being changed as a result of this bill as well. So in conclusion, I certainly would like to see us making Alberta a more safe and secure place. We know that crime is always in the back of people's minds, and to ensure that we provide adequate deterrence from crime as well, I think is absolutely necessary. But you need to make sure that you are not just maybe trying to address it with rhetorical flourish, but you actually are putting boots on the ground. It's expensive to provide adequate policing in the province, for example, but there's no way around it. I mean, you can't just say that you want to get tough on crime and not spend the money that is commensurate with actually reducing crime in our society. And I know that this has been a long-going issue. I mean, I've been speaking in this legislature for a number of different terms, and it always comes up, the issue around crime. But I've also noticed that the degree to which a government is willing to commit resources to actually reducing crime and making the courts function in a more smooth and timely manner, and so forth. That is those are the actual events that actually bear bear results, right? Just talking about it, or saying more Ottawa, less Alberta. No, sorry, more Alberta, less Ottawa. I mean, that doesn't make anybody safer necessarily. And I think that Albertans are wise and smart enough to realize the difference. I think that when we talk about the composition of a provincial parole board, I think it's imperative that we have strong consultation and representation with both Métis and Indigenous communities here in the province. We know that we have a disproportionate number of persons from Indigenous and Métis communities that are part of the justice system, considering the overall population. And it's absolutely imperative that people can see themselves reflected in the justice system at all levels, from police to judges and lawyers, and then parole board members as well. And that is an investment in trust as much as it is an investment in understanding and experience that people can bring to the table. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I will just be interested to hear other people debate on this, on Bill 18, and I'm very happy to consider the insights of everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Member. 29-2A is available, and I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie has risen.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know that the member from Edmonton Northwest, it's now, right?
Yeah.
Edmonton Northwest. As he mentioned previously, he has had a considerable amount of experience in this House, and I was hoping that reflecting on this particular bill and the experience that he's had, if you could just highlight a little bit more and share with us some more insights from his experience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Well, sure, I would be happy to the degree that I'm able, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess, and again, this is less a function of the bill specifically, but in political tactics in general. And I've seen it on more than one occasion where, I know that this was part of the UCP platform, right? And it's good to move through your platform and fulfill your campaign promises. That's absolutely, important. But I think, this was part of the, if we could say what the core of the campaign promise was, is to reduce crime, right? And talk about rural crime and so forth. And so, as I said before, I mean, this is the sort of the option where, it's not cheap as $600,000, but I mean, to actually get at, I think, the essence of a due process in our judicial system, and then, making our province safer, then you're dealing with exponentially larger sums to hire more police officers, to hire more prosecutors, and expedite the judicial process. And so this is kind of the sort of the fringe version of choice to make. And I would encourage the government, if they want to get at the core, that you have to make those hard choices and invest in, as I say, police officers and prosecutors and judges and capacity as well. So yeah, I mean, certainly. I won't speculate on the intentions of the government with this, but there are things that we need to do in concert with perhaps increasing parole board capacity. And again, as I said before, if the minister and the ministry and the department can ask, give us a speculation of how much more capacity would this provide for us by making this bill into action, and how much would it help to provide justice for Albertans? They must have been able to quantify it somehow, and you don't just make a bill and say, well, hope for the best kind of thing. I mean, it has to have some projection into the future in that regard. The other issue that I can't stress enough, but and again, maybe this is a good way to demonstrate a commitment to a more equitable and just society. But Albertans were very interested in building, anti-racism strategies for years in this province. It's not a new phenomenon, and I was disappointed to see perhaps we were losing some traction on building anti-racism strategies and actually making investments into that initiative. And so maybe this parole board composition thing is a way to kind of start to send a message that might get turned around, because time is of the essence, and we always like to think, oh well, we're not like the States. We watch the terrible things that are happening in the States and we go, oh well, it's not like us. But I mean, we have systematic problems around racism here in our province, in our country too, right? To suggest that we don't would be putting your head in the sand. And these things can always take on a degree of intensity at different times based on what things might be happening, right? And so if we might think, oh, well, that could never happen here. Well, let's make sure that it doesn't happen here by providing the education, by providing the leadership, by providing actual places in positions of authority and agencies and boards and commissions to demonstrate a commitment to equality and justice, and not, just talk about it once a year, right? I think we're at one of those crossroad places where, yeah, we don't want to be like the States, but you don't have positive change without making a concerted effort. You just can't kind of cross your fingers and hope for the best. And so here we are with Bill 18 and the composition of this provincial parole board. The jury's still out. There you go, jury, there you go. As to whether this is good or not, but we'll soon see. Thanks.
Thank you, honourable members. Returning to the bill proper, I see the honourable member for Edmonton Ellerslie has risen to debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank all the members for their patience this afternoon and being so open and willing to engage in debate, of course. And in order to contribute more to our debate, I would like to contribute actually a report that was done on October of 2018 by the Institute for Research on Public Policy, called Rethinking Criminal Justice in Canada. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to table this tomorrow. It's a roundtable report, but just to give it a little bit of background here, the Institute for Research on Public Policy was founded in 1972. The Institute for Research on Public Policy is an independent, national, bilingual, not-for-profit organization. And the IRPP seeks to improve public policy in Canada by generating research, providing insight, and informing debate on current and emerging policy issues facing Canadians and their governments. Just to give a background on that. And the specific reason why I wanted to highlight from this particular report is that they actually did roundtable discussions across the country, and in one of the localities is actually right here in Edmonton. So they understand that there definitely needs to be a considerable amount of reform when it comes to the criminal justice system, and I wanted to be able to contribute those in today's debate. So in terms of suggestions related to policy, I'm just going to go through the list that they provide here in the report and share that with everybody. Number one is acknowledge that fundamental reform is needed. 2, articulate values and principles that should guide the criminal justice system in the 21st century, including how they relate to punishment and rehabilitation. Number 3, acknowledge that individuals are a product of their surroundings, that invest in preventative measures, which I hope to come back to before the end of my time. And number 4, acknowledge that the criminal justice system has a more negative impact on certain demographic groups and address the specific needs of those groups. Number 5, acknowledge that systemic racism exists and outline specific steps that can be taken to remedy it. Number 6, consider increasing the use of alternative and restorative justice programs. Number 7, reconsider the structure of the criminal justice system and the interactions of the many actors involved by putting the individual at the center. Number 8, aim to make the criminal justice system quote-unquote smaller and create more space for social system. Number 9, be developed and implemented in full collaboration with the provinces and territories, as well as Indigenous leaders and governments. Number 10, include real public engagement to build trust in the criminal justice system and support for the reforms. And number 11, the final one, is consider building a learning component into the criminal justice system through additional research capacity, information sharing, and ongoing adjustments to the system's behavior based on best practices. So, Mr. Speaker, in terms of further contributions to this debate, what I would like to do is begin based on the premise that was highlighted in point number 3, and that is that people are a product of their environment. Now, I understand that the member from Lac St. Anne Parkland is frustrated because of the environment. I too am incredibly frustrated because of the economy. He's frustrated because of the economy. We too are frustrated by the current condition of the economy. And when we are putting forward suggestions for legislation, we need to understand the implications that specific bills or proposed legislation will indeed have on the populace, because of course that is who we are here to serve, and we're here to govern on their behalf. And so it's really important for me that when addressing this issue and understanding the frustrations that we all have with the economy, and how the fact that because we're living through a time, an economic crisis, which was already on the horizon before the coronavirus pandemic actually further impacted the reality that we're all facing right now. It's important to understand that there's a variety of factors that have contributed to the current economic condition. And though I respect that as partisan entities, we enter into this House and debate, and we tend to fall back on our talking points at times. I believe that all of us, and I include myself in this, that we need to raise the level of debate, especially when it comes to issues like the one that we have in front of us, which of course is Bill 18, Corrections Alberta Parole Board Amendment Act, and provide a little bit more insight beyond the rhetoric, that partisan rhetoric, because essentially what we're talking about are people who are impacted by crime, but also the individuals who are committing those crimes. And I hope that it would be our desire that we choose to rehabilitate these individuals that are committing these crimes. And we also want to, and I know that this is not often the most widely held opinion, but at the end of the day, these individuals that are committing these crimes are no less human than anybody else within this province. Now, I'm not saying that that gives them a free ride. They need to be held responsible for their actions, yes. But I would hope that as a government and as a society, that we would want to rehabilitate that member of our community, because of course that member is an individual, is part of a family, potentially could be a father, might be a brother, obviously is the son to someone. Essentially what I'm trying to get at is that this is a human being, and they have certain rights, and I understand that when committing a crime, there's certain rights that they give up because of that, but it doesn't mean that they're any less human. And I want to get back to that premise then of what I want to contribute to this debate, is that people are a product of their environment. And I understand that the member from Lac St. Anne Parkland is frustrated because we're contributing to the debate issues of poverty and housing specifically. But the reason why we're doing that is because if you want to get tough on crime, which I understand, you want to get tough on crime, but then get tough on what's causing poverty, because that is the root cause of the crime. Now, I'm not saying that because someone is poor, it gives them the right to commit crime. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that the environment of the disparity that exists within our society, the inequity, is the real injustice here. The inequity that people face in our society, and the fact that that same economy that the member from Lac St. Anne Parkland and the rest of us in this House are concerned about, that economy, our economy that is in crisis at this moment, is a major factor in the fact that people are not able to meet their basic needs. So then we as a government, through our social programs, through financial assistance, these programs are absolutely essential so that we can make sure that people are not falling through the cracks. Now, this is just on the economic analysis, because, you know, I'd like to continue by going on with the fact that the same social determinants of health also apply to crime and the criminal justice system. What I'm getting at is the fact that there's a large majority of Albertans that are in the penal institutions are suffering from some kind of mental illness or substance abuse. Now, when it comes to substance abuse, I know that some people have the opinion, well, you blame the person who's actually going through or is actually abusing these substances. But members, I want to encourage you to understand that that substance abuse, the individual that is turning towards drugs and alcohol or whatever else it is that's feeding their the vice, is actually trying to cover up some kind of trauma. That is the root problem. Now, as a society, I would hope that we would invest dollars then into addressing these issues of this disparity and the fact that people are turning to substance abuse as a way of dealing with that trauma. Now, you couple that trauma, and the tendency is, Mr. Speaker, that people who live below the poverty line, who have who may be suffering from a mental illness, and then on top of that, abusing substances, then those are the people that are going to be adversely affected, and those are going to be the people that are actually going to commit crime. That's the tendency. I'm not saying it is all the time, but that is the tendency. So, I reiterate to all the members of this House, then, that if we want to get tough on crime, then we also need to deal with these issues. So, you can pour money into addressing the symptoms of this problem. So, like in health, you can pour money into, and we need to, do not get me wrong, do not misunderstand me. We need to, for example, in health, have more doctors, more health professionals, more hospitals. We need that. But you also need to invest that money into mental health and addressing the root problems that I was talking about in terms of substance abuse and dealing with problems of mental illness in our society. So we can pour money into police and prisons. We can pour money into that, but then we also need, under the critical analysis of the social determinants of health that also apply to crime, Mr. Speaker, we need to invest dollars in addressing addictions and mental illness. And by investing money there, we'll be able to also complement the investments that we make on the other side of it, addressing the symptoms of those very same problems. And I'd like to believe that this is a genuine and an authentic contribution to this debate. Now, I understand that the member from Lac St. Anne Parkland is frustrated when we get up and talk about these things because, of course, his main focus is the economy. But know that ours is as well. And I'm sure the members of this House have heard me say it before, is that an economy needs to serve the people and not the people serving the economy. That's what we're here to do, Mr. Speaker, to govern on behalf of the people of Alberta, and that we need to make wise decisions that are going to be able to contribute to addressing the root problems when it comes to crime in the province of Alberta. So, like I was saying, more investments need to be put into supports for mental health and addictions, and not just pouring those money into police and prisons, although those also have to be, we need to dedicate to that as well. One, I would say, complements the other, but we cannot forget about addressing those root causes. And I'm sure that the member from Lac St. Anne Parkland agrees with me, and I understand his frustration. But know that we're just, perhaps because of our different priorities, we want to dedicate more taxpayer dollars to one end of the problem or the other. But indeed, I hope that you would agree with me that by investing in all of these, we're addressing the problem. We're actually creating solutions to the problem. Now, I understand that, and several members of this House have gotten up and spoken at length.
The honourable member for Lac St. Anne Parkland is rising on 29-2A. I see the honourable Deputy Government House Leader might be rising to adjourn debate. Unfortunately, she's unable to do so during 29-2A, so if the honourable member for Lac St. Anne Parkland would like to provide comment, he would be able to do so at this time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll make it brief. So the MLA from Ellerslie, really appreciate comments, bringing your decorum, and through you to him, Mr. Speaker, bringing the level of decorum back down here, recognizing that there's frustrations and that regardless of political stripes or otherwise, we are looking at a broader solution. The economy is definitely one of them. One of the things I would like to, try to talk about here is the substance abuse issue. So the MLA from Ellerslie may have missed my commentary yesterday, and it was in regards to a Edmonton Police Force member that actually resides in my area but works here. And at a town hall meeting where our minister had attended, he had told us that after about an hour of this dialogue with everyone there at the meeting, there was about 500 people, that we don't have a rural crime issue, what we have is a drug issue. So when you look at the root causes of these things, out in our area, I have the Paul Band, and when I first started consulting, going around as a politician and talking to them, one of the things that they had was a drug issue out on the reservation out there in their lands. Now, when I started looking at their roads and infrastructure, they were beat up, Mr. Speaker. I mean, you've got 50 clicks of roads, you can't get access in there, you can't do this, you can't do that. They have literally in the old town where gang members have set up, and they're actually cooking a lot of these substances that end up down in the streets in Edmonton. So there's literally the Pony Express, if you would, of connections to the downtown core, to Chinatown, in those areas where most of the substance abuse is taking place. Now, the folks from the Paul Band, the chief and council, are frustrated as all get out. They're honest, hardworking folks. They want to do the best things for the community, and they feel the sense of lawlessness and helplessness that's in that area. Now, when we spoke about this, not once did they ask for a handout, Mr. Speaker. What they asked for help was an RCMP officer. Now, I went and started looking at this, and the reason why we didn't have an RCMP officer is at one time there was a gap in funding between rural and provincial, between provincial and federal, and all of a sudden they weren't having crime issues out there because they had a constable. Well, then they took the constable away, and what do you know? They had these crime issues. So it's a cascading effect of when you go down the rabbit hole and you follow these things, Mr. Speaker, because they are interrelated. When I went and looked at the Stony Plain Courthouse, because Chief and Council told me that there was a judge out there that also had seen a big spike in this area, and approximately 30% of the court load is related specifically with that one group with the Paul Band. So if I'm looking at economics and I'm looking at root cause, as the member of Ellerslie had noted a couple times, I'm looking at it with a different lens. So if I'm going to solve the problem, all the drug issues that are taking place, that's a downward cycle, what I have to do is to find the resources to allocate it towards the root cause. The root cause is we didn't have the money for the RCMP officer, we didn't have the money for the roads, which therein led to this state. And now that's where we're at. So when it comes down to the downtown area and dealing with the root cause, just because we look at it with a different lens doesn't mean we're not caring people. It doesn't mean that we want to help folks. It doesn't mean that we want to stop this cycle. But to simply stick our heads in the sand and mask over it and suggest that it's only one solution or the other is inaccurate and incorrect. And again, I thank the member from Ellerslie for the decorum on it. I really appreciate his involvement in the debate and what he's brought here. And again, I want to make sure that he rests assured that I'm not a one-trick pony. I'm not just looking at one thing, but I am trying to get to the root cause. Because my training in industry, when there's an incident or something else, it's called root cause analysis. You look at the underlying factors, but you get to the root cause, and then you look at mitigative actions to take care of it to make sure it doesn't happen again. And that's the sense of frustration when we broil down to partisan politics and we start throwing these other things out rather than working as a group to solve the problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? I see the honourable member for, we're on 29-2A. Are you hoping to join in the debate on 29-2A, or is there anyone else wishing to provide question or comment on 29-2A? Seeing none, we are back on the main bill. The honourable member for Cardston-Siksika, I believe he may have a motion to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the chance to rise in this bill. I don't really have a lot to say. I think we've had a lot of great, robust debate today, and with that, I'd like to move to adjourn debate on Bill 18.
Honourable members, having heard the motions proposed by the honourable member for Cardston-Siksika, all those in favour of the motion to adjourn debate, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 2, Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis Amendment Act 2020, adjourned debate. Honourable Mr. Hunter.
Honourable members, is there anyone wishing to join in the debate to second reading of Bill 2? The honourable member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and speak to Bill 2, the Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis Amendment Act 2020. I think it's an act that is very interesting because it's an act that the UCP government is bringing forward that intends to change how Albertans are going to be able to use and enjoy the public parks and public spaces we have here in our province. And Mr. Speaker, as you know, and as Albertans know, Albertans love their public parks and they love using their public spaces and want the government to do everything possible to make those spaces more accessible and more enjoyable. And we've even seen this summer that despite the restrictions, Albertans are spending a great deal of time in our parks and a great deal of time outdoors, as that's a great way to get some energy out, Mr. Speaker. But it's interesting because we look at this legislation and we look at the intent of this legislation, which is to try and have this sort of enjoyability in our parks increased, but then yet we mix that with the closure and privatization of so many of these spaces. It's interesting because it's a juxtaposition of those agendas, Mr. Speaker. It's an agenda that has no support of Albertans, and in fact, Albertans are up in arms about the closure, or partial closure in some cases, that we've already seen happening of 20 parks and the privatization of another 164 parks. Mr. Speaker. So the very spaces that we're talking about in this bill that Albertans may have been able to use, that Albertans may have been able to go out and enjoy and spend time in on a day like today, Mr. Speaker, which is beautiful outdoors and outside and it's sunny and many people would like to have gone outside, Mr. Speaker. Instead, what they're going to be seeing is their recreation spaces literally being torn down, right? Spaces literally having the signs boarded up and the facilities bulldozed over, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're seeing. So this juxtaposition of this government trying to say, oh, we're here for public enjoyment, we're trying to improve public spaces, and we want people to go out and have fun. And then on the other hand, privatizing it and giving it away to corporations and closing these public spaces so Albertans cannot actually use those spaces is very interesting. Because our public parks are a treasure. And it's interesting that this government is so entrenched in their ideological agenda They're so entrenched in their ideological agenda that they're willing to be anti-democratic, something that's deeply unpopular and unacceptable, and go after these public spaces. Right? It's interesting that they try to use the cover of the pandemic to dismantle our public systems, dismantle our public parks, and then come in and say, well, we should have some fun. We should have some fun while we do it, right, Mr. Speaker? I think it's really interesting because this bill, Bill 2, doesn't actually accomplish any of those goals because while they're trying to go in and dismantle our systems, dismantle our parks, they are trying to hide it with this bill, right? They're using this bill to hide their true agenda, the ideological agenda, the ideology that Albertans don't deserve these public resources. That Albertans don't deserve these public parks and don't deserve to have access to them. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, this government has this blatant hypocrisy between the two agendas that they're pushing forward. This blatant hypocrisy because right now when Albertans need these public spaces more than ever, they need the opportunity to be able to go out and have these distant spaces and these outdoor public spaces that are going to be safe, that are going to be enjoyable and going to be and are going to be able to have throughout the summer where these restrictions remain in place, Mr. Speaker. Instead of being able to go out and enjoy things like have a glass of wine, as would have been proposed in this bill, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be seeing the majority of those parks, 20 of those parks closed or partially closed, an additional 164 of these parks privatized. Right, that's what we're actually talking about when we move forward with legislation like this in this assembly. What we're actually talking about is that there seems to be this dichotomy of what the government says they want to do, which is encourage Albertans to use public spaces. And that's what this bill is, and that's what the government is saying when they introduce bills like this, Mr. Speaker. But what they actually do seems to be the opposite, right? They say Albertans should go out and use public spaces, enjoy the parks, and go out and have a beer or whatever it is, Mr. Speaker. And instead, on the other hand, they then go and actually close the spaces that this would propose they use. Right, so it is hypocritical of this government, and it's hypocritical of this government to tell Albertans that in the middle of a pandemic they should have less access to public spaces that they should be enjoying, that this government is saying they should be enjoying by introducing bills like this. Right, that's the pure hypocrisy. And Mr. Speaker, we know it's wildly unpopular. Right, we have petitions that thousands of people have signed to this environment minister saying not to close these parks. And the environment minister gets up and he says, "Well, you know what? That's great. That's great. We know you don't want Albertans. Albertans don't want the parks to be closed. But what they can do is they can go have a beer in them before we close them and then sell them off." Right, that's basically what this minister is telling Albertans right now. Right, it's absolutely ludicrous. It's absolutely ludicrous that this is reasonable to this government. That this government is willing to ignore the cries of so many people. That this government is willing to ignore the protections that we have for our public spaces. That this government is willing to ignore how valuable these public spaces are for Albertans. This government doesn't have its priorities straight, Mr. Speaker. What they have is an ideological agenda, and they're ideologically blind to how hypocritical they are, Mr. Speaker. It's true. It's true that this government really doesn't seem to understand that when they do one thing, they can't say another. Right? They don't actually comprehend that making our public parks a better place, which this bill purports to do, that making our parks more enjoyable for Albertans and more accessible for Albertans, which this bill purports to do, that they need to actually stop and look and say, are we actually accomplishing that? Because, Mr. Speaker, they aren't. What they're doing is they're closing the parks. What they're doing is they're privatizing the parks. They're selling them off. What they're doing is they're making it less accessible for Albertans, making them less enjoyable for Albertans because there are going to be fewer of them. Right? It's pretty obvious, Mr. Speaker, that this is an ideological sell-off. This is something that is based only in their conservative ideology. It has no place in reasoning, Mr. Speaker, and it's shocking. It's shocking because the government will not even stop to consider what those priorities should be. They won't even stop to consider why they are moving forward with this legislation, right? The private members, they get up in this place, they get up and they spout talking points, Mr. Speaker, that have been crafted for them, but they don't even get up and talk about the actual impacts that we'll have in terms of when we close some parks, when we close the parks that were being discussed in this bill. right? That's the most surprising thing. The most surprising thing is that private members here will not even get up in this place and talk about how important these spaces are for their constituents. So, Mr. Speaker, it's going to be interesting because we're talking about a bill that says it's okay to consume certain types of substances like alcohol inside of public parks, right? So we're talking about supporting our industries like our small brewers, supporting our industries across this province, but while we're doing that, while we're trying to support our industries, as the government purports they're trying to do, while they're going to do that, they're going to make it harder and harder for Albertans to actually enjoy that, right? They're going to make it harder and harder for Albertans to actually go out and do the things that would be required to support them, right? So it is shocking that this government does not understand that you can't do one thing and say another. Right? It's pretty clear that they don't understand the implications of the actions they're taking. The government will not do their homework. The government simply does not care about the issues, or Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't presume what the government thinks or is intending to do, but they have not done their homework, and they either don't understand or they don't care, right? It comes down to it. It comes down to that, Mr. Speaker. So we've seen time and time again, right now, Albertans want to use their parks more than ever. You can see it on the grounds here in the legislature, Mr. Speaker. You can see it in front of this very place, a public place. You can see it. You can see it if you step on the balcony right now. You can see people walking around and trying to enjoy those outdoor spaces, right? And this bill is supposed to make it easier for Albertans to enjoy those spaces. So why, on the other hand, is this government making less spaces available, fewer spaces available? Why is this government, on the other hand, privatizing 167?
Order has been called. The honourable member for Carson-Siksika. Correction. The Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction. You're basically the same person, Carson-Siksika.
That's a little short.
Little short.
Mr. Speaker, I've listened intently, looking for the member opposite to provide some debate on the current bill, and I have heard him speak at least 4 or 5 times, say the same thing over and over again, which really has nothing to do with the bill, to tell you the truth. So under 23 B, it says that the speaks to matters other than the question under discussion. Now, the question under discussion is Bill 2. Also under C, persists in needless repetition or raises matters that have been decided during the current session. The things that he's actually talking about, Mr. Speaker, is a decision that was made prior to this bill. It's already done, it's finished, it's closed. I would be very interested to hear any other issues that he has with this bill. In fact, I'd like to hear at least once whether he's for or against this bill. So far, what he has said is that this government is closing down a bunch of parks, which isn't true. That because of that, he says this is hypocritical. But in reality, Mr. Speaker, the issue that he is talking about has already been dealt with before, and I would love to have the member get back to the point of Bill 2, the debate of Bill 2.
The honourable member for Edmonton Ellerslie has a comment to make with respect to the point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So thanks to the honourable member here. He quoted Section 23B and C. I believe that we're all very familiar with the MO of our dear friend from Edmonton South. And, although he does engage in repetition from time to time, Mr. Speaker, he does eventually get to his point. I'm pretty sure that he was getting there. And in the past, you've provided considerable leeway to him, Mr. Speaker. And I would hope that you provide that for him again. I don't really believe that we have a point of order here, and if we could allow the member to continue, we would appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure that the now member of Carson-Siksika will know that a point of order is not to be used to for debate. So presumably he has something different to add than the Associate Minister for Red Tape Reduction, and so I'll allow some opportunity for him to provide that. However, if he doesn't have anything different to add, I will interject, as I'm pretty close to being ready to rule.
Most certainly, Mr. Speaker, and I always have something substantive to add to this debate. I would also like to argue that there is persistence in needless repetition. I just feel the member from Edmonton South may have lost page 2 and 3 of his talking points, because I've heard the same argument 3 times in a rotation. So just want to add that on record.
Appreciate the submission, although I'm not sure what you added that was new to the point of order. And I am prepared to rule on the point of order. And while I am very familiar with the MO of the member for Edmonton South, I'm not really that interested in what it may or may not be. What I am interested in is ensuring that the House is able to robustly debate issues before the Assembly. And given that this is the second speaker to this bill, members may not appreciate the debating style and the ways that the honourable member chooses to make a point, but he certainly has the right to make it. And while he does so very differently than I would, I would say that literally 11 minutes into the debate, to suggest that someone is being repetitive is, I'm not entirely sure, salient to the point of order. As such, this is not a point of order, and the honourable member is more than welcome to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to continue and speak to, I think, some of the importance of understanding the qualities of this bill. And I think when we talk about the qualities of this bill, when we talk about what's actually being brought forward in it, we can see that the majority of what this bill brings forward, while, of course, as I've already stated prior, Mr. Speaker, does nothing because so many parks are being closed and privatized. Indeed, the majority of the points of this bill have been implemented in policy in the past few years. And when we talk about things like improving the access to permits and licensing and different things like that, it turns out that the majority of these aspects under Treasury Board of Finance were already being implemented in policy under the NDP government last term, Mr. Speaker. And when we look at that, we wonder perhaps why the Minister of Red Tape Reduction is introducing this bill. We wonder perhaps why the Minister of Red Tape Reduction is sponsoring this bill when it would seem to be more of a Treasury Board of Finance bill. As we know, AGLC is a Treasury Board of Finance branch, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps Albertans will start to wonder what the purpose of a $10 million budget for the Minister of Red Tape Reduction is. Right? Perhaps Albertans will start to wonder why we're letting the Minister of Red Tape Reduction spend $10 million when he's introducing bills that were already being implemented in policy. Right? So we're talking about a bill that accomplishes what was already being done and now is being redundantly brought forward by a minister whose stated ministry is to reduce redundancies. Right? That's the really interesting thing we have here, Mr. Speaker. It's that this minister is not only bringing forward a bill that does not actually accomplish any of its stated goals because it is they have already closed, in his own words, several parks, up to 20 parks, closed or partially closed 20 parks, and ideologically privatized 164 others. Mr. Speaker, in his own words, closed, as he raised in that point of order, that some of them were already closed. Mr. Speaker, it was already settled in his own words. But now also his $10 million ministry is bringing in a redundant bill that is already and was already being implemented in policy. So maybe the minister can rise in this place, and instead of rising on a frivolous point of order, Mr. Speaker, maybe the minister could rise in this place and explain how this bill is an effective use of his ministry's time, how this bill actually brings forward different things that were not already being moved forward, how this ministry is actually being effective in accomplishing its stated goals. Because it would appear that when Albertans will no longer have access to these parks, and no longer already do not have access to these parks, because they are being ideologically privatized, because they are being closed, because they are partially closed, Mr. Speaker, when we see that this is what's already happening, perhaps this minister can explain how he's spending $10 million of Albertans' money to reduce redundancies when he's bringing forward a bill that was already accomplished in the vast majority of places through regulation. Right? That's the real questions that this minister needs to bring forward, because in fact, as we know, AGLC is indeed a Treasury Board and Finance branch. Right? It's part of Treasury Board of Finance. So why would the minister whose job is to reduce redundancies go in and try to accomplish things for other ministers, Mr. Speaker? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because it seems that this bill does not have the support does not have the comprehension and the long-term thinking of this government, Mr. Speaker. They haven't done their homework, right? Again and again, we can see it's a pattern of behavior with this government. It's a pattern of behavior that this government does not want to actually go through and do the work beforehand, make sure their bills are up to snuff, make sure that the bills have been researched and thought out, Mr. Speaker. It's a pattern of behavior, and it's something that this government should be ashamed of. It's something that this government should be embarrassed of, Mr. Speaker. I know if I was the Minister of Red Tape Reduction and I was asked to bring forward a bill that was already being implemented in regulation, was not even covered under my ministry, and then my stated job was to reduce these types of redundancies, I know that would be embarrassing for me. I wouldn't dare speak for the Minister, Mr. Speaker, but perhaps the Minister will have this chance later to rise in this place and explain how this isn't a redundancy, how he isn't doing a redundant job, and how another ministry that perhaps was already oversaw this organization could not have brought this forward instead. So perhaps that Minister will have the opportunity to explain and justify his $10 million expenditure for his office later in this place, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to that. But certainly, as we move forward with this bill and as we debate this bill, we need to understand that it really is this dichotomy of agendas, right? It's really this juxtaposition of values, Mr. Speaker. When the government says on one hand that they want to support the enjoyment of public spaces, when the government says on one hand that they want to enjoy they want Albertans to go out and enjoy these public spaces, and then closes those public spaces, and then reduces accessibility for those public spaces, and then takes away those parks, the ones that Albertans, like the people who are on the grounds today, who are walking around and enjoying themselves, Mr. Speaker, and I know they're in all corners of this province, right? We have public parks in all corners of this province, and when we look at that, we can say, well, is this bill actually accomplishing any of those things? Because this bill brings in, for example, clauses that allow municipalities to no longer need votes to streamlines this process, for at the municipal level for some liquor licenses, right? So they wouldn't require as many votes in councils. Sure. That sounds fairly reasonable, Mr. Speaker, but when the province decides to close so many of those parks and close so many of those private spaces and privatize so many of those private spaces, it means that those municipalities wouldn't even have the choice to make that. Right? That's the real problem with this bill. The real problem with this bill is that all the things that it wants to do in terms of reducing the redundancies and increasing efficiencies, all of those opportunities are already being removed because this government made the decision to close or privatize 164 parks, privatize ideologically 164 parks, and close or partially close 20 additional parks. Right? Those are the types of things we're talking about. Because we talk about how there's going to be some things like the elimination of the literal prohibition on alcohol in Cardston that was passed in the 1950s, and that was a choice that Cardston made, and I know that we have two MLAs from that area here in the chamber, Mr. Speaker. And now with this new legislation, it's going to eliminate that prohibition and allow the municipalities like Cardston to make those decisions at administrative levels, to not require the votes to make those decisions on who they want to provide permits and licenses for. That's what this bill is actually talking about. But on the other hand, all the types of spaces that were public spaces that this government operated, whether they were public parks, are now being closed, right, or now already closed. So that's the shocking thing. The shocking thing is this government does not seem to understand how this is hypocritical. Right? The government doesn't even stop to think about how the hypocrisy will be reflected on Albertans, because we know thousands of Albertans were outraged and are outraged that they were losing access to so many of their public spaces, right? Some of the most popular UNESCO World Heritage sites right here in Alberta, right? Some UNESCO World Heritage sites right here in Alberta, like Dinosaur Provincial Park, were partially closed by this government. Right? So we talk about how Albertans want to enjoy that. I know I myself have enjoyed that park, and I know that many Albertans want to go to that park and use the clauses that are in this bill and go and do things like perhaps have a beer while they're camping or have a glass of wine, whatever it is, Mr. Speaker. But instead, that park is now partially closed. There's less accessibility for Albertans. There's less services available for Albertans, and they're going to be able to enjoy it less. And that's the dichotomy. That's the hypocrisy. That's the cognitive dissonance that we're moving forward with. Right? It's surprising to us because Albertans have spoke pretty clearly about this, and Albertans have spoke pretty clearly that they wanted to go out and use these clauses, use this bill to enjoy their spaces. Right? I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that you've probably seen it in many public spaces even before this bill was introduced and before this bill was proposed, that some Albertans would go out and do things like drink alcohol in public spaces, even at the times when it was prohibited. So we know there is an interest from the public in terms of this, right? We know that the public does indeed have an interest in some of this. But you can't, on the other hand, then, Mr. Speaker, Albertans can't expect to say, well, we can go out and enjoy those public spaces. There's just going to be so many less of them because they've all been sold off. 164 of them have been sold off. 20 of them have been closed or partially closed, right? That's the really strange thing. So, I mean, it is going to be, I think, interesting as we move forward with this debate. It's going to be interesting because we're going to hear from the Minister of Red Tape Reduction again, I hope, at different stages of this bill, of course, on why he thinks that this is an effective use of his ministry, why it couldn't have been under a different minister, perhaps the Minister, Treasury Board and Finance. Mr. Speaker, it's going to be interesting to see how the minister justifies that this is actually in his mandate letter, right? This is in his stated goals, that he wanted to reduce redundancy and reduce red tape, because it would seem that the $10 million budget this minister has been afforded, the $10 million that the Albertans have entrusted this minister with, are simply there to say one thing and then do another, right? It's surprising. I think it's hypocritical. I think Albertans will see right through it. I think Albertans are seeing right through it. I mean, I know I've received thousands of letters, emails, and phone calls and correspondence to my office, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you have as well. I'm sure many of these offices here in the official opposition and certainly in the government as well have heard about this. I think it'd be important for us to have that context, Mr. Speaker. So when we move forward with this legislation, I'm looking forward to members of the government caucus, if they'd like to speak to this bill, to perhaps explain why it's okay to take away the parks that we're talking about actually increasing enjoyment for, why it's okay to reduce the services in those parks that are going to be, that people want to enjoy more, because, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about things like allowing people to have the beers in the park, right? If you're while they're camping or whatever it were, Mr. Speaker, and now in those same parks that we're talking about, there will no longer be a serviced campground. There will no longer be a serviced facility there, Mr. Speaker. So we're talking about this really hypocritical policy in a sense of it doesn't actually meet the stated goals. And I think that's something that this government needs to think very hard about and should be quite embarrassed about. Thank you.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to stand and speak to Bill 2. Bill 2 being the Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis Amendment Act 2020. Now, this bill indeed does accomplish some good things. The ability for Albertans to enjoy liquor in parks, so allowing for liquor to be consumed in parks without food in municipal and urban settings, giving municipalities the right to determine which parks, if any, that would apply to. So I can say, Mr. Speaker, that indeed that is something I have heard from Albertans about, and that is something they want to embrace. Indeed, I remember having visited Montreal a few years back and seeing people out in the parks enjoying a glass of wine or a beer. And indeed, I've heard from many Albertans that they would like to have the opportunity to do the same. And in general, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the broad majority of Albertans are responsible enough to do so, and that it's within the power of our law enforcement to deal with those who lack that responsibility. So I think this indeed is a good and positive change. And indeed, I think of many festivals I've had the opportunity to enjoy here in the city of Edmonton. I think in particular of the Interstellar Rodeo Festival, a fantastic music festival that sadly ended as of last year. But in the years that existed, I had a chance to attend it many times down at Horlack Park here in Edmonton. And one of the things people greatly enjoyed about that festival is that you could come there as a family, and indeed it did not require a beer garden. So folks were able to sit wherever they liked and enjoy the music and be able to enjoy a beverage responsibly. And indeed, I can't say that I ever saw anyone being irresponsible in their enjoyment of alcohol at that festival. So here is an opportunity then for Albertans to enjoy that opportunity in all of our parks across the province of Alberta. Now, indeed, I know there have been concerns in the past, and indeed there were restrictions that were brought in around some long weekend drinking in some of our park spaces, because indeed that did grow to be a concern and problematic for many people who wanted to simply enjoy a camping long weekend and were disturbed by folks who lacked the ability to be responsible in their alcohol consumption or considerate of others in their area. I know that is a change that the government lifted as of May long weekend of last year. It will be interesting to see how that plays out. It was difficult to get a good sense of how that's going to play out. Last year, it was a fairly short announcement just before that long weekend, so we perhaps didn't see the full effects of that. And of course, this year, with the COVID-19 pandemic, there really was not much in the way of camping happening in our public parks. So we will see the impacts of that further down the road. But in general, what I would say is I think this is a prudent move. We've seen this done in other jurisdictions. We've seen that it has been successful. And I think that we as Albertans can find a way to implement this in a successful way as well. Now, the bill also proposes to streamline the processes at the municipal level for liquor license approval. So not requiring votes, putting at the discretion of the municipality. Interesting, eliminating a bit of Alberta history, I guess, the literal prohibition of booze in Cardston that was passed back in the 1950s. And it's interesting to learn some of this history, Mr. Speaker, if I may digress for a moment. Back when I was working on the Edmonton Live Music Initiative, I had the chance to speak with the late Senator Tommy Banks. And he had some interesting stories to tell about the early days of working as a musician in Edmonton and the days back when there were quite some strict restrictions on alcohol consumption in bars and restaurants here in the city of Edmonton. And they were restricted to only beer. You weren't supposed to have hard liquor, but a lot of places you went to, they had a handy little box just under the table, kind of like we've got here for our bills and that sort of thing, where one could keep one's bottle of hard liquor just out of sight. And of course, finding creative ways to circumvent those laws. So I think it's time to perhaps remove some anachronistic, there's the word I was looking for, legislation like this for the people of Cardston. Of course, recognizing that the municipality of Cardston will now have the choice. It won't be by act of law, but they can choose by their municipal law whether they wish to follow that. And hopefully the good folks of Cardston will have the opportunity to enjoy a beverage of their choice as well. There are some changes to license conditions, so that will allow the AGLC to put a condition on any new long-term license before any infractions occur. So that strikes me as generally probably a reasonable provision. An example would be, say, I guess if you have a bar open up in an area that's known for, say, high crime activity or other problems, that sort of thing, then there may be a requirement that they have a code or bag check or something else to sort of deal with potential problems in that area. I think in general the AGLC has a fairly good understanding. I mean, I suppose some might raise concerns about putting that power in their hands, but I understand that there would be, to my understanding, there are appeal processes and other things that would be in place to allow that to be contested. So in general, I don't take issue with that change. And then lastly, just recognizing that by policy, AGLC has allowed liquor to be raffled. And indeed, I think I've attended many a fundraising event where that in fact was the case. And that tends to be a fairly good way to raise a few dollars for a good cause. And now what we see is that that will be codified in legislation. So in general, not a whole lot to take issue with in terms of what this bill is actually seeking to accomplish. And indeed, I recognize this was part of the UCP platform to give at least the section about giving municipalities more flexibility to permit responsible adults to drink alcohol in parks or at street festivals, other areas. Indeed, it was part of a unsuccessful, I would say, largely line of attack that the government liked to use talking about the war on fun. Certainly, I would say between our leader and theirs, most Albertans have generally seen which tends to be the more visibly fun-loving. Anyone who's seen the leader of the official opposition at a pride parade would certainly not question that, nor perhaps the question of who amongst the two would have the better dancing abilities. That said, this was part of the government's plan to end the war on fun. That's been a talking point they've dropped, and But still, it's a reasonable thing to bring forward. It's a reasonable change. It was part of their platform. We see that moving forward today. However, what I would say is that, as my colleague from Edmonton South noted, in general, I'm not aware that it required legislation to enact any of these pieces. To the best of my understanding, and perhaps the minister could correct me if I'm wrong, but to the best of my knowledge, this all could have been accomplished through regulation. So, for some reason, the government felt it was necessary to create legislation to bring it into the House and have it debated here in front of us, that it was important that this be scrutinized by all 87 MLAs to ensure that indeed the government was getting it right, and to ensure that there was no issues, that there was nothing that the government missed, that we would have the opportunity to go out and consult with stakeholders and get folks' opinions and bring them back to this House. That is the reason you bring legislation in, Mr. Speaker. And the government felt that though, and again, I'm open to correction if I'm wrong, felt that instead of simply enacting this by regulation, they felt there was the need to bring it into this House for debate and for scrutiny in front of the people of Alberta. Now, indeed, this is a bill that, as my colleague for Edmonton South noted, deals with our public parks, and it's an interesting contrast, Mr. Speaker, of what this government considers to be important to receive scrutiny and consultation in the full view of the people of Alberta, indeed for proper accountability in what they do not. Indeed, these four pieces of fairly innocuous changes, which again, to the best of my understanding, could have been accomplished by regulation, are brought in for debate in this House, but some significant changes to our park system have received absolutely no scrutiny at all, and indeed received so little, if any, consultation. And indeed were simply enacted by the minister and now are regularly denied because he recognizes just how abhorrent those changes are and how unwanted they are by Albertans. So we are here today and we are debating this bill on these four pieces, making some changes to various aspects of liquor licensing and liquor use, and indeed involving the park system. But we do not have the opportunity in this House to actually have a robust debate that I think many Albertans would like to see this government defend. They would very much like to hear from this government. Finish? So that being their cuts that they're making, the full or partial closure of 20 parks, barring the public from 11 of those parks, 9 being left accessible but without any services, and another 164 to be handed over to third parties to manage. So that is certainly a concern of mine, Mr. Speaker, what this government considers to be worthy of debate and consultation and scrutiny by Albertans and what they do not. And I look forward to further opportunities to debate that in this House.
Honourable Member, Standing Order 29-2A is available. Is there anyone wishing to join in the debate? Seeing none. We are on the main bill. Is there anyone wishing to add in the debate this evening? Seeing none, I am prepared to call on the Minister, the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction, to close the debate. He would have up to 5 minutes to do so, should he choose to do so. And by 5 minutes, I mean 15, but...
Mr. Speaker, I would close debate on this bill in second reading. Just really quickly, though, to answer the member's questions. This does actually take legislation. We would have done it in changing regulations had we been able to, but Section 54 needed to be changed, and that's the reason why we had to bring this bill forward. And I wanted to make sure that he got an answer to that question, because I felt that he was being reasonable in his questioning and debate here today. But with that, I close debate, Mr. Speaker.
Well, members, having heard the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction has moved second reading of Bill 2, Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis Amendment Act 2020. Does the Assembly agree to the motion for second reading? Please say aye. Any opposed? Please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 2, Gaming, Liquor, and Cannabis Amendment Act 2020 is now read a second time.
The Honourable Member for Cardston-Siksika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the robust debate that we've had this afternoon. And since the clock is nearing 6 o'clock, I move that we adjourn the legislature until 7:30 this evening.
The motion as moved by the Deputy Government Whip to adjourn the Assembly until 7:30 this evening. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered. The House stands adjourned until this evening at 7:30 p.m.